Good afternoon. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provision of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge additional territory nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they've finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of discussion. Then the application will be taken into committee for a decision. First of all, do we have any declarations of interest of the panel or staff for items in the afternoon sessions? Nope, I see none. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have we received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have one in a 2 p.m. time slot. It's item number 19, 217 WANLESS.
Okay. So this is an application for a new detached dwelling, number of variances. Do we have the applicant with us?
Yes, good afternoon. It's Glenn Rubinoff. I'm the agent for the owner.
Thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Could you tell us what the reason for deferral is?
We've received comments from city planning and have reviewed them, and I have modifications to make to address their concerns and also the concerns of the neighbors.
All right. Any questions from the panel? No. So we have two neighbors, it would appear, who are online. Is there anyone in the audience on this item, number 19, 217 Wless Avenue? If we could have the neighbors on to indicate if they have any concerns with the deferral request.
Through the chair, we have
I'm
Heather.
happy with the deferral.
Thank you very much. That's Heather. Okay.
Yes,
Next.
it is.
Oh, sorry. Could we have your name and address just for the record?
Oh, sure. My name's Heather Pryor Gale, and my address where I reside is 67 Manor Road East, but I own the property at 211 Wanless.
Thank you. All right. And we have another speaker.
Anthony Green. I'm at 215 Wless Avenue.
Thank you very much. And do you have any concerns with the deferral request?
No concerns at all.
Great, thank you. All right, committee. Guess we can go into committee. Have a motion to defer.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I'd like to forward a motion to defer applications that the applicant gives the appropriate time for him to revise the application and speak with the city staff for their concerns.
Great, and do we have a seconder? Ms. Sankar? Thank you. All in favor of the motion for deferral? That's unanimous. Your deferral has been granted. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there? Oh, well,
Sorry,
been deferred.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, back to item 13 then. 372 St. Germaine Avenue. 1 second. 13. So this is 372 St. Germaine Avenue. It's an application for a new dwelling. We have variances for rear deck projection, height of all side exterior main walls, building depth, floor space index, east side yard setback. On file, we have survey, plans, revised plans, presentation material, community planning report, a letter of opposition, and the previous agenda package, including urban forestry. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, you do. My name is Farnaz Bigdeli.
Thank you. Sorry, and your address?
I am here on behalf of the applicant, and my address is 36 Glentra Crescent, but I am here for the application on St. Germain.
Thank you. First of all, do you have any changes to make to the application,
No, ma'am.
to the variances?
No.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone in the audience here for this item? No. And there's nobody online? Right. No. Okay, so do we want a presentation? Okay, we have a question.
Just a quick clarifying question for the applicant. The site plan that was submitted on this file is not consistent with, I guess, the what's there today. Specifically, I'm talking about the property to the immediate, see, one of the immediate neighbors is a new build. My question to the applicant is, do you know what the building depth is at that property? I'll give you the number. It's 370, sorry, just zooming in here.
4?
Yeah, 374. No, I'm sorry. 370. Do we know what the building depth is? 370. Just trying to understand the immediate adjacencies here, because we've got a building depth that's.
Yes, the immediate adjacencies is 370 and it's been approved 18.1.
Okay. It's exactly what's being.
But the average in the neighborhood is different. So 407, it's 20. 462 Saint Germain is 19.41. 392 Saint Germain is 21.86. So the average in this neighborhood, the depth is 19.35.
Could you just list, I apologize, could you just list those addresses and the building depths again?
It is a slide 6 of my presentation. I don't think I have
Okay.
Yes, it is on the slide 6. And a slide 5 shows you the neighborhood context.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Sorry, I have one quick question. What did you say, the house that is just being built now, or it might be finished already, it's on Google Maps? What was the length of it again? The new house? I think it's, yeah, 370.
18.1.
18.1.
Is that all, Ms. Martin? Do you have any other questions?
No others, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sankar, did you have a question?
No, I just wanted the applicant to sort of respond to the letter that's on file from a neighbor in opposition. There was a photo that was provided, and I think it's Ms. Yoki Show, and I just want to hear what they have to say about that letter.
Okay, fair
So
question.
can I proceed with answering? Or?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So yes, this is basically the first reason that we have deferred from the first committee. So we just wanted to address all the concern. So one of the first things was discrepancy in application details. So we couldn't find any hard evidence when this house has been built, but we've done our due diligence. This property, it hasn't been listed as a heritage property. So, but there are some aerial photo, but it doesn't say where exactly this building has been built. The other issue was the shared driveway. So we have revised the proposal based on the comment from the planning staff, and we just increased these property setback on the west side to respect the shared driveway. Now there is enough space to kind of like for both property to access the rear yard garage. And then the front yard and tree concerns, we reached out to the city urban forestry. They kind of like looked at the survey, and we proposed like a hoarding and proper protection for tree. It is part of the application that they are very satisfied with what we proposed, and they have no further comment. In respect to the back of the house, so this house that is like the subject house, it is smaller than the immediate house on the right and also on the left. So the neighbor who wrote this letter, they actually built an extension. This kind of like shows that this space is not enough if somebody wanted to live like as a family. That's why there is a pattern and increase what you see in the entire neighborhood, like because these are also a very deep lot, so the rear yard setback is not a concern. Another thing, the neighbor was concerned about the shadows. So now, as you see, the immediate neighbor on the eastern side, they both have like a longer building than this subject property. We did the shadow study. The study of their two-story building has minimal impact in the 372. So we are assuming it is going to be the same case. So if this projects a little bit over 374, it will have a minimal shadow impact because their house already has a minimal shadow impact. And then the lack of public notice is like the notice has been posted and then picture has been sent to the city. I think we were in compliance to the what was the city's requirement. And about the variance, if we just go back to like how aggressively are proposing, going back to my slide number 3, you see like some are like extremely minimal. For example, the FSI, the permitted is 0.6. We are only asking for 0.66 because why? Because we decreased the width to respect the site, basically the shared driveway. So it was just a little bit messed up in the calculation. So we are asking for that. When it comes to their concern about the, so we decreased the width. So we have kind of like a little bit add to the width to kind of like create this space for family and open space living. And for the deck, we also proposed to the city and also the neighbors that we would, like basically my clients would love to build some sort of privacy screen vegetation and anything that respects their privacy and also my client's privacy. I think that's all the concerns they have.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are we, any other questions for the applicant at this point? No? You're ready to take it into committee? All right. We're in committee. Comments?
I'll just open it up to my colleagues here again. How are you feeling about the length? It's 1.56 meters, 1.46 meters, I guess, longer than the house beside them, which is the new build.
Member Martin, just to jump in here then, are you concerned then with the fact that it was showed that in the neighborhood there are comparative homes that are similar, if not more? And how do you feel about that?
My feeling is that there's a tendency to push the envelope, you know, to create longer, bigger, wider. And I think that, I don't know if it's a good idea to look at precedents. And are we setting a precedent here, right? I think we have to get away from looking at, you know, and what is right with going forward in our decision-making group, what is right, as opposed to what was done.
I share a similar concern, but I think my concern stems from the fact that while there are 2 examples on the block, I don't have enough information to understand what the condition is. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing to just say, well, there's two other homes on the street that have the same building length or depths, but I don't know that they're walk-ups. I don't know that they have the same building height. I don't know that it's not a single story addition on the rear. I don't know that there's not a side yard setback on those. So without actually seeing them before me, it's a little hard to kind of gauge. What I can see, I do have a little bit of concern from the immediate context. I mean, the applicant's own submission, if you go to the presentation material, with respect to building depth, I mean, there's a pretty clear delineation of what the rear main wall is. They've outlined it with the blue line, and they've indicated that they've gone past that. That blue line is more or less right on the mark of the immediate property, which is 18.1 meters. So I'm having trouble supporting any additional depth beyond that. Unless there was something to kind of show that, like on their own, the other two examples aren't enough without actually seeing that it's going to be employed in the same way, meaning a full height main wall at the rear and on the sides without any setback or step down. So for me, there's just a lack of information here to be able to make a decision on that, whether or not those examples would be sufficient.
I think that you need to look at the context too in the lot fabric in the area. I will point out these are very deep lots compared to what we were looking at previously, if that's what we're sort of going down that path. So I think there is still a substantial rear yard setback if this variance was granted. I don't think it doesn't concern me as much as it does the others, I think.
To your point, yeah, the lot depth really helps to mitigate the effect. Also note that there are some garages in the backyard, in this case being removed. So it's pretty common when you see the garage removed for building length to kind of extend almost as far as that garage. Bit of a change to the built form, but is it something that's not, that would sort of cause enough of a disruption to change the neighborhood? No.
And I don't think it's inconsistent with what else is being built in the neighborhood.
Fair enough, yeah.
Personally. It's a very small increase in floor space index.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I think I share the same thoughts. Also, I can refer to the community planning report as well. Like that would be, I would say they would have mentioned this in terms of like immediate and broader. There are examples that they could be comparable, and I don't see negative comment in that regard in the staff report. So for that reason, I think I'm fine. So if there are no comments, I'm ready to make a motion. Okay, so I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application. Let me see if there is any conditions. So yes, that the variance number 1 and 3 be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan. Drawings submitted to the committee of adjustment and attached as attachment number 1 to the community planning report. I think it meets to satisfy the 4 tests. I think the variances are comparable within the neighborhood immediate context, I would say. For that reason, I think it's good application to be supported. Thanks.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Okay, that is 4 in favor and 1 opposed. Ms. Martin? Thank you. Your application has been approved. Thank you. Item 14, 38 Heathview Avenue. This is an application for additions to the front and rear of an existing dwelling. We have variances for building height, height of all side main walls, front yard setback, north and south side yards, lot coverage, building length, building depth, setback to top of bank. On file, we have survey plans, community planning comments with no objection, letter of objection from a resident, ravine and natural features protection memo, and they have no comments or no objection. Deferred package material, sign photos, and a sign posting affidavit. Do you have the applicant?
Del Grosso, 4370 Steeles Avenue West.
Thank you.
Rich?
All right. First of all, Mr. Del Grosso, do you have any changes to the variances?
Yes, I think we deferred it from last time because of the sign that was posted was removed. But I'll repeat the same revisions that we've created, that we've removed some of the minor variances.
Go ahead.
Okay, so item number 1, the building height was removed from 10 meters. It's now 9.96. Item number 2.
Hold on.
Oh.
Sorry, hold on one second.
Yeah, okay.
He's reading as is off the public notice. I don't see a change. Are change reflected already on the public notice, or are these new changes?
Sorry, are these new changes from what's been mailed out to the public for the
No.
latest?
No.
So these are reflected.
These are from changes that I've prepared and gone through planning. This was done August 20th of 24.
The variances on the public notice are correct. You're not changing any of them.
They're on the screen, and there's 9 of them. So maybe he can just confirm.
Yeah, if you could just go through them all and just confirm. Let's just start with number 1.
Yeah, so number 1, the building height of 10 meters. The drawings are now been revised to, well, they've been revised from before to 9.96 meters. So that's been removed. That minor variance has been removed.
He shouldn't have been there to begin with. No, he's
Correct.
I'm so confused. Okay, so.
I'll
you're
just go
saying
down the
variance
list.
number
I'll go down the list and tell you which ones have been removed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, which ones are you proposing to remove right now or amend right now?
So the ones that I'm removing, I'll give you all the numbers that have been removed. Item number 1, item number 2, item number 3, item number 6, item number, oh no, that's okay. That's okay. And item number 9.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would feel a little more comfortable if he read it out, only because sometimes the agents read from the zoning review, so the numbering is different.
So you want him to read the variance?
Yeah, just like a quick, they'll say it's the side yard setback, just like I said,
Okay.
he's referencing a number. And
Yes.
sometimes they're reading off the zoning review and the number doesn't match the public notice. So if we go ahead and remove it, and he actually needs it,
Right.
it becomes an issue at the building permit stage.
All right, let's
Okay,
refer to
fair
them
enough.
as variance number 1 for building height.
Yes.
Is removed.
Has been
Do
removed.
it that way. if you don't
Okay.
mind. Yes,
Okay.
carry on.
Okay, so item number 1, building height has been removed.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 2, the height of the main wall has been removed to 7.39.
Okay, keep going.
Item number 3, the front yard setback has been reduced to 7.6, increased to 7.6. That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so item number
Madam
6.
Madam Chair, We got to pause
Hold
this for a
on,
quick second.
hold on.
Because previously he said he removed,
So previously you said that you were meeting the setback for variance number 3 and therefore removing that variance, but that would
Correct.
mean that you have a front yard setback.
Yeah, so the minimum side yard setback is 7.65, and we have 7.6. That's the existing front yard setback.
Oh, so you probably need to leave
No,
that
I
variance
don't
in
want to cut
because-
the existing, I don't want to cut the existing garage to get the 2 inches.
Okay, but if it's existing, you still need a variance to it, according to zoning.
Okay.
So you
we'll
should
ask
leave
for a 2
variance
inch-
3 in.
Okay, so we'll ask for a 2-inch minor variance.
okay, sorry, I'm going to pause this again. I'm very fearful that the agent's going to remove a variance that he actually needs.
Yep.
So if the agent would like if the agent would like us to stand this down, happy to do that. I think we should grant that for him. I'm a little hesitant to proceed because previously it was deleted.
Okay, you know what? Let's just
And
go
it's
for the
first-
whole thing. I'm gonna go for the whole thing, okay? We're gonna have minor variance for everything. They'll make it easier for everybody, okay? Because we're gonna be here all day.
So just to clarify, we're doing this for your benefit.
Yes.
I'll let Madam Chair take over and she can confirm if you are actually removing or modifying any variances as shown on the public notice that is up on the screen.
Okay.
So we have confirmed that you're removing the first 2 variances. I think we're clear on
Correct.
that.
Correct.
On the third variance, it would appear you need to keep that variance because you have an existing structure that doesn't comply.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So do you
Okay.
agree?
Yeah, we'll go.
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Variance 4, for side yard setback of 1.52, that stands?
Yes,
You're
that's
asking for that?
yes.
And variance number 5, that was the north side yard setback, 1.52.
Correct.
The south side yard setback, which is variance 5 for 1.57, that stands?
Yes.
Okay, variance 6, lot coverage. You were asking for 31.9. You previously indicated that you were going to remove that variance. Is that correct?
Correct. We are at 29.3% coverage.
Oh, sounds good.
So that's been
Okay,
removed.
variance 7, max permitted building length. You were asking for 22 meters. Does that
Correct.
stand?
That stands, yeah.
Okay. Variance number 8, maximum permitted building depth. You're asking for 21.16.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And then variance number 9 is for setback to the top of bank. And you had indicated that your addition, in your application, it says the addition is 2.98 meters as opposed to 10 meters. But you
Correct.
were going to remove that variance. Is that correct?
That's been removed, yeah, because I've been approved by TRCA and I've been approved by the Ravine and by Forestry. Have all been approved. 'Cause
I
that's
understand that you're
based on the
approved.
existing building. That's existing building.
Oh, is the existing building 2.98 meters from
Correct.
the?
Yes.
Okay.
And so they
So you
grandfathered that in. Yeah.
They may have grandfathered it for those approvals, but you still need a zoning amendment, would you not? Because the zoning bylaw says 10 meters, so it would sound like you still need that variance,
Okay, we'll use that. Okay.
just to be safe?
On the
So
safe
you
side, on
agree-
the safe side, yes, I agree.
So you agree with those changes that we've talked about?
Correct. Yes, I do.
All right. All right. Now that we've confirmed the variances, do we have anybody here? We do have a neighbor. So I guess we will proceed with, you can proceed with the presentation. You have 5 minutes to do so.
Okay. Okay, so the only ones that we are requesting for a minor variance are the front yard setback, because that's existing to the 7.6 meters. The side yard, north side, that's an existing setback for the building. And on the south side is the same thing. It's an existing side yard setback of 1.57. The building length, the building is, the existing building is already longer than normal. It's just the addition at the front and at the rear that's been added on, and we've gone through planning, and planning approved for us to, I reduced it to 22%, 22 meters. So that's acceptable for planning within, it stays within the area of building length. And then there's the, and again, that's the top of bank at the rear. That's existing as the 2.98 meters.
Did you want to comment on variance 8 for building depth? Or did I miss that?
No, building depth would be because of the 22 meters.
Right,
That's
so,
the
but
reason.
build, okay.
Yeah, so we're at the 21.16 meters.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant? No? So let's proceed to the neighbor. Oh, you're in the audience. Great.
I am. Good afternoon. My name is John Petrosoniak, Petrosoniak. My spouse, Mary Jane Dundas, is also here. We are the owners of 36 Heathview, the property immediately to the south.
We don't think the microphone's on.
The red light's on. Is that
Sorry. Can you just,
I have to bend down a bit? Okay. Thank you.
would you like the gentleman to repeat name and address?
My name is John Petrosoniak, Petrosoniak. My spouse, Mary Jane Dundas, is in the audience as well. We are the owners of the property immediately to the south, 36 Heathview Avenue. I will be referring, I have a letter dated October 2nd. Not everything is relevant at this point. I have had a conversation with Mr. Del Grosso once, and I think we've got concerns rather than simply objecting to the application. Although we do have an issue about precedence as well in terms of the length and with reference to the top of stable slope, because it'll affect all the properties. Obviously, we're dealing with a ravine property in this case. The issues primarily are privacy in our backyard and drainage along the side. If I could, if you look at my letter of October 2nd, pictures C and D will deal with the privacy issues. Deals with two issues primarily, and I think these can be resolved. You can see that there are a set of cedar hedges on both sides of the property. Sometimes they're on their side, sometimes they're on ours. We have at the front, they're more on the 38 Heathview side, that's to the right. Nope, don't go that far. Well, you can see the hedges in the back there, but that does provide privacy at this time. These are cedar trees, currently provide privacy between the homes. Mr. Del Grosso has told me that the new owner is interested in keeping the cedars, although I don't see how they won't be impacted by construction. We want to ensure that some form of cedar hedging, and we do not object to putting up new tall columnar cedars to provide privacy, continues. There are also side windows. We do appreciate that the side windows that is on the south side of 38 Heathview facing in our direction, those side windows should be opaque even where they are. They have been moved farther forward. We have one side window and it is opaque facing north. Without the opaque windows on the side and/or cedars at the rear, our privacy will be impacted significantly. As I said, I understand that Mr. Del Grosso is prepared to agree to this. We'd like to see some formality, though, with respect to that. If we could deal with, actually, those pictures that are on the screen right now, that's F and G. The only drawings that I have, I'll deal with the issue of drainage, because they deal with drainage. As you can see on the side, there is a slight raise of a staircase. That's all going to be gone in the new building, even though the sidewalls will be kept. And we certainly encourage the maintenance of those sidewalls because it gives some stability in terms of the location of the buildings in the neighborhood. The only drawings I have seen show a sidewalk that runs from front to back between our properties. As I said, currently the stairs go up to a side entrance. Those will be removed. There is also current green space that absorbs water runoff at this time. Without this green strip or some form of engineered method of dealing with the water runoff during a rain event, water will flow in our direction as our property is at a slightly lower elevation at that point and a greater lower elevation towards the rear than the neighboring property. Mr. Del Grosso has told me that there would drainage, and I certainly hope that's the case. We want to ensure that this is indeed the case. Again, some form of formal confirmation is what we are asking for. I should say that with respect, just on a third point, with respect to the precedent-setting nature in this neighborhood, the length of the house will indeed be precedent-setting. If we go back to pictures A, B, and E, you'll see the proposed house, and I understand the reason for the construction is that, no, it's back farther. I'm not sure that's my October 2nd letter, because I had all the pictures at the back, although the pictures should be the same. The proposed length will currently will exceed by 5 meters and will be within 2.38 meters of the top of stable slope. Just back up a little there. No. There it is there. The way the house is currently built, it has a cutout. So there's this, what you're looking at is where the existing wall is. The area above it was an original outside deck. It then got enclosed. The TRCA has indicated to me that they are okay with building that wall that's on the right side to go into the ravine on the left side and increase or decrease the setback to the top of stable slope to effectively 2.38 meters. At that point, because the slope comes on an angle from the top of the picture down towards our property, the top of stable slope setback is supposed to be 10 meters. Now we're down we're cutting 3/4 of that top of stable slope setback out. And I'm just wondering what it's going to do to the rest of the neighborhood, if other properties are going to be built that way, if they're going to be allowed to be built that way, whether somebody wants to, on our property, for example, this house is currently 26 feet longer than our house. It's already the biggest house in the neighborhood, but the design of it is such that it's being significantly changed. So I'm just wondering if anybody has taken a close look. I was a bit surprised to see that the TRCA people had no objection to where there were 2 posts in place, that they're allowing now the full wall to go across the back of the wall, 2.6 meters closer to the back of the ravine. In any event, I'll leave that in your hands. We don't have any issue with respect to the existing sidewalls I had mentioned, even though they do slightly infringe the setback. Thank you. Subject to any questions you have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the neighbor? No? I just want to clarify that you've seen the comments from TRCA and Ravine and Natural Features, that they don't have any comments or concerns or objections.
No, I've
So-
seen that. I'm just saying that what they're relying on is the fact that there is they're claiming that because there is a heated space there now, Wasn't when the house was originally built, but there is now, because somebody built that porch in. The porch sits on two posts, and they're okay with the design of the house being a big rectangle. And I understand the nature for the style of the house, but I'm just saying that it is indeed being closer to the edge of the ravine because the 2.98 meter setback that currently exists is on the north side of the house where the ravine is farther away. The ravine comes up on an angle. So in fact, it'll be closer.
Okay, thank you. So could we have the applicant back to address the comments or the concerns from the resident?
Yes, okay, so regarding the cedars that are provided in the rear yard, existing, my client wants to keep those as also provides privacy for their neighbor, from their neighbors. So they're not touching the cedars, and they're gonna keep the cedars up there. As for the drainage, it's a walkout lot. So the side drainage, it's like 8-9% slope going down. I don't know. There's going to be plenty of water going down into the ravine area. So we'll maintain, so the water will have to stay on our property and then go into the ravine like it's designed for it. As for the top of bank, the 2.98 meters is not to the north side of the building. It's measured from the building above. It's not measured to the wall at the back. So that's why we're framing in the bottom of that, because that's where the 2.98 meter setback is taken from. Not from the jog inside, but from that room above. That's where they take the measurements from. So we're not changing anything from the already existing building as it is now.
All right, is that everything? Committee members, any questions of the applicant? Ms. Martin?
I have a question. I'm actually, when I look at your site plan, it shows the hatched areas that are the addition at the rear and the front of the house. But when I go to your drawings, I'm having a hard time figuring out where this actual addition is and the purpose of it. Because there's not a drawing that actually, you don't have it clearly shown where the additions are. At least I'm not able to read that. So maybe you can help me understand. Is it the bump out at the rear? Is that it?
The little bump out at the rear
And then-
that's hatched is what's been
Okay,
added on.
yeah. So is the intention to redesign the interior of the house then? And then make these small additions on the front and back?
Correct. It's for a growing family that's
Okay.
they're going to be living in there, right? So
And then the front additions, two small ones on either side of the sort of portico, the what is it?
just the front portion that's hatched on the. I would probably say it's on well, if you look at the drawing, it would be on the left side at the front.
At the front. At the front, there's two hatched areas. At the back, there's one.
Yeah, so the front addition that's at the front addition is to the front yard setback, but the other side is making the garage a little bit wider.
Okay,
That's
thank
all
you.
that is. Yes. It's more for the design of the building.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take this into committee now and for discussion and a motion. Thank you. Committee?
Madam Chair, can I just request, when a member makes a motion, could you be so kind just to read out the amendments so that we're clear what was removed and what, so that we know what the decision in the minutes would say. Thank you.
Okay. Comments?
My comment to my colleagues is that this is, it's minor add-ons to a very already existing very large house. So I actually am in support of it.
I'd be willing to support it as well. I think, you know, I hear the neighbors' concerns. We've dealt with a lot of applications today with building length and building depth. I think this one, you know, certainly while it may be extending out further than the one immediate neighbor, if you look at the other immediate neighbor, it is more or less in line, and there is still a good amount of space in the rear yard to kind of buffer a bit of a setback. Also, given the fact that it's on a ravine. But to your point, I mean, initially, yeah, 21 is over 20 meters in building depth. Typically, you know, it does raise some flags. But I think in this case, just because a lot of it's like you said, a lot of it's already there in the built form of you know, not just the subject property, but one of the immediate neighbors as well. And the fact also that it's 2 stories, you're not dealing with a third or one of those like walk-ups. I think that also helps to mitigate some of the impact with respect to length and depth.
Would you like to attempt to put that into a motion?
Sure. Yeah,
Thank
I'll.
you.
And I should also note, I'm happy to see that there has been some amendments to the application, some reductions to assuage some of the concerns that were brought forth. That said, I'll bring a motion to approve the subject application as amended as follows. So removing variance number 1, removing variance number 2, removing variance number 3, removing variance number 6. Oh, I apologize. Give me a second here. Yeah. My notes are incorrect. I might ask one of my members if they've got better notes on the amended.
So don't feel bad because it was a little bit of a challenge. So, but that's why it's really important if whichever member, it's clear, just so from our end too as well, that we just want to properly record it.
Yes, of course.
I could take a stab at it.
Okay.
Okay, I move a motion to approve, 38 Heathview Avenue, with the condition that variance 1, not condition, sorry, with variances 1 and 2 removed, 3 to stay as is, 4 to stay as is, 5 to stay as is, 6 to be removed, 7 to stay as is, 8 to stay as is, and 9 to stay as is.
I don't see any forestry or other conditions.
No.
So I'd be happy to second that motion. If assuming you're done, Ms. Martin.
I'm done.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. That looks like it's unanimous. Thank you. Your application has been approved. Moving on to item 15, 3177 to 3179 Bathurst Street. This is an application for a 5-story mixed-use residential building with ground floor retail office uses. The variances are for lot coverage, floor space index for all uses, floor space index for residential uses, setback for a vehicle entrance, bicycle maintenance facility width, height of a building. Oh, sorry, just scrolling. Location of residential units below non-residential uses, level of the first story above ground, number of stories, and setback of a building. On file, we have a draft R plan, minutes from a previous meeting in January 2024, presentation, a transportation report, a forestry memo, a letter of objection, a lake community planning report, and a late transportation services report with no objection. Do we have the applicant here?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee. Jonathan Miskowski, 301 Newan Avenue.
Thank you. And we do have a neighbor. So first of all, Mr. Miskowski, do you have any changes to make to the application?
I do, Madam Chair. Variance number 1 will be reduced to be 93%. Variance number 5 will be eliminated. And variance number 10 will also be eliminated.
All right, thank you. Is that everything?
That's it, Madam Chair. We also have filed these plans with the Committee of Adjustment staff, and they are date stamped November 15th, 2024. I also believe, Madam Chair, I have submitted a concise, updated final variance list for the Committee of Adjustment. It is reflective of the changes I just made before you.
All right, thank you very much. So we will proceed to a presentation and then we'll ask you any questions we have.
Yeah, absolutely, Madam Chair. So a little bit of a brief history of the application itself. We were before the committee previously in January of last year. At the last minute, a road widening was requested along the Bathurst frontage. This is not a new building that is being proposed. This is a renovation and an addition to the existing building. There was a little bit of confusion both with ECS as well as the transportation services regarding that requirement for the right-of-way for the widening of Bathurst. What we have arrived at, and you'll see it reflected in the updated transportation memo that I believe just came yesterday or the day before, we have provided that area, delineated them as separate parts, with the existing building remaining over the portion. There's a small portion in the northeast corner where the building remains. Again, that is reflected in the draft R plan that is before you, as well as the transportation comments. Additionally, transportation had some issues with a reduction in parking. It was an error that was made in the initial notice that we actually haven't changed anything, but that has now been removed. So there is no request for a reduction in parking from what exists today before you. The 2 spaces that exist there today will remain on the property if this is meritorious. I'm in agreement with the planning report, which asked for the reduction to the coverage of 93%, Madam Chair and Committee. And we've also increased that rear yard setback, so it is no longer a variance requested from the property line of the adjacent residential property on the opposite side of the lane. I would note, Madam Chair, that portion that was requested for the variance was only for the at-grade parking area. We have now removed that wall, which removes that variance. Oh, great. So we have my presentation material up. So what we see here is that existing building that sits there today. Again, the rear yard, as it remains today, would essentially look fairly similar to what we have today with the proposed 4-floor addition on top of this. If we could scroll down. Just to show you a little bit of context, Madam Chair, and the committee of what's in the area. Again, this is located on Bathurst Street, which is mixed use in the official plan, and more importantly, is designated an avenue in the official plan, which looks to intensification and looks for growth such as this. I would also note that the mid-rise guidelines, I believe last Thursday, late in the evening, revised mid-rise guidelines as it relates to rear angular plane. Those requirements were also altered through City Council to eliminate the 45-degree angular plane. But Madam Chair and the committee, we do not have a request to penetrate the rear angular plane as it faces the rear, and I will get to that in a couple of minutes. Yes, thank you. If we could just stay here, I've just provided in green that measurement of 7.5 meters, which is the opposite property line on the other side, on the east side of the lane, to the building structure that is being proposed before you today. If we could continue on to the next slide. Just to run through the variances, because I see I'm running out of time fairly quickly. One of the variances requests for the residential uses, it's really an odd requirement because the moment you have a residential entrance off of a ground floor, you trigger this variance regardless because the residential use is considered the entrance. In this case, we do have a residential entrance, but we are also offering basement amenity space for the residential uses in the basement. So the variance request not only includes the first floor, but also some below-grade amenity space for residents of the building. If we could continue on. Here, what I've done is I've taken that side self-elevation and illustrated the separation we're proposing from those floors as they go up. Again, there is no penetration of the rear angular plane into any of the setbacks or anywhere it relates to the residential properties. That's irregardless of the revised mid-rise guidelines that remove this requirement for most of the city of CR zones, in major streets. And really going as fast as I can here. Again, the grade of the first floor is to remain. That is a variance because there is an extension at the rear. So that, again, is a variance to maintain that existing grade. I would also note that the idea of overlook, this is a corner property. The adjacent property on the opposite side of the lane of Woburn, this is essentially a front yard of that property there. In terms of privacy and overlook, this is what exists in a city like this, living on an avenue, living adjacent to a major street. Lastly, what I've done here is just east of this property at the corner of Joycey and Avenue Road, I've essentially taken a picture of a fairly similar development to the one that is being proposed before you today, just to give you some context of how it would look and how it relates not only to the residential neighborhoods there, but in terms of the front yard, if you look at the bottom right, in terms of any privacy and overlook, really is mitigated by it being on a corner property. That's essentially what I have to say, Madam Chair. I'm open to any questions at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate you trying to wrap it up there. Do we have any questions for the applicant? No? Ms. Martin?
I have a question. Have you had a sun shadow study done to show how it's going to impact the residential to the east?
No, we have not. What I would say is through that separation, as we get to those upper floors of being really the 7.5 meters to the grade floor, all the way up to a separation of 17 meters on that 5th floor, I would say it's appropriate again with this property being located on an avenue. Additionally, for property a magnitude of this type of a development, we generally wouldn't complete a sun shadow study.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions?
Madam Chair, through you, if you would like, because the staff report was a little bit late, we can put it up on the screen. Sure. It seems to verify that the applicant has indeed made all the changes that planning has requested, but we can put that up on the screen.
Please.
I would just say, Madam Chair and the committee, these were requests essentially from urban design, not so much from the planning department, as they didn't really relate to many of the variances. It was more of an urban design request as opposed to a variance.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the neighbor, please.
This is Lily Greenspoon. Pardon me, Lily Greenspoon. My address is 748 Woburn Avenue. I am the property that the applicant speaks to, as I am the one closest and on the east side of the proposed development. I first want to say I appreciate the applicant's attempt to assuage any of my concerns regarding privacy, but I am still very, very concerned about not just the privacy, but the safety, given the volume of traffic, cars, and people that will, be driven to this development. And as of right now, I mean, you can see based on the photos I have attached already, parking is an issue for those who are trying to visit these stores currently in the plaza, but also the school behind us, Clover School, the church across the street, the bus stops, and the Lawrence Plaza, which has many stores that people like to frequent quite often. So I do have some concerns about the appropriateness of this development being proposed for the land, given the lack of parking that is being considered for a development of this stature, 5 stories, and at the corner unit as well. So I guess we can look at my objection or my document if that would be easiest, just for us to go, I guess, in order of the variances that are requested. Do you guys have my plan?
I think staff are just checking now.
Yeah, no problem. That's not me. Let's see.
That's our neighbor.
Oh, there we go. Figured I'd add some color to our gloomy November day here with the colors. So yeah, so as I've seen that, development proposal unmistakably violates all of the above. The variances requested, the appropriateness for the land, and the intent and purpose is not quite clear. And the needs of the area do not support this proposed development. As you can see, I mean, going even from 93 from the allowed 30% is quite major and questionable. Sorry, if you can go back up to the first paragraph. The top of the document. Thank you. And so, like I said before, this will attract a volume of traffic that is definitely not appropriate for the land. And already this intersection specifically can't support the cars that use Woburn as a through street and a place to park when dropping off their kids at the daycare or the school, or visiting the park, or going to the plaza, like I said, at Lawrence and Bathurst. And so already I have attached some photos of people, desperately parking their cars actually in front of my home, specifically blocking our driveway, and also blocking the laneway. And that, to me, is a fire hazard as well. I don't believe those laneways are meant to be blocked by people looking to park their cars to visit the plaza. And so as a 1-story, maybe 2-story, unit already, parking is an issue. And so I really cannot fathom where cars will park when this becomes a 5-story development. If you can go down a little bit. Yeah, as I said, so exceeds the maximum height by 7, exceeds the permitted number of stories by 3. And then I believe it mentioned that there will be some commercial units above residential. And like I said, this will result in a constant flow of visitors who will have no place to park. As I said, it's already an issue, and pose a safety risk to pedestrians who I've seen running to catch the bus at the corner of Bathurst and Woburn, and all the kids that are using the schools and the parks in the area. Aesthetic of the proposed development definitely does not match currently what is there. And like I said, it would just deviate, and the 5-story is not what we see currently. Right now, I think 3 is the most that we've seen. And then on a more personal note, my family's privacy, I understand that, the shadows or the privacy in the front yard may not be much of an issue. But if this is a 5-story development going over my home, my backyard, and my front yard, my family does not have privacy. But really, it's more about safety, guys. My kids play on the driveway. They play baseball. We're playing outside. We're on, doing chalk on the driveway. Like, if there are more cars at this corner, because that's where also an entrance is, I don't know. I don't feel safe with my kids being outside, even if with an adult present. So in the front yard, but also the backyard, people will have a bird's eye view look into our backyard. It's meant to be a private property and a safe place for my kids to play. Pardon? And they can also see into my children's rooms as well. So again, safety in terms of privacy is a huge issue of mine. And my 2 children are 2 and 3 years old, and they like to be outside. We're not a screen family, I mean, as much as we can be. So I do want them outside more so than inside, and feeling safe in their home. We can scroll down. Yeah, so like I said, sorry, go back on up where the green is, sorry. So yeah, and then I do have some questions too. I mean, this is one unit of the many in the plaza. And so if this were to be approved and the neighboring units or the owners also want to build in the same fashion, now we have this 5-story volume, busy unit. And now we have construction next to it as well, as the adjacent units might want to, get some ideas from this and then build up on their own as well, their own units. And I'll be honest, if this was a proposed development for the entire plaza, every single unit wanted to do this exact same thing. It was going to be a beautiful state-of-the-art building with shops, with homes, and a level of parking maybe underneath. I wouldn't be here today. I think this could actually look nice for the area. But again, I think the aesthetic and the intent, I'm unsure what the intent is and what would happen thereafter with the neighboring adjacent units. And so I just have lots of questions, and I'm hoping that you can, might share some confusion as I do today, and understand that I don't want to have to move from what was meant to be my forever home. And if, safety in my mind is a risk, I imagine any potential buyer would feel the same. And so obviously we wouldn't get market value, but also we'd have to uproot my children from the area that they love and in a place that was meant to be their forever home. And I really don't want to have to do that. And so I look forward to hearing your thoughts on this and seeing what other thoughts.
Thank you. Your time's up. Sorry. We'll let the applicant address your concerns and questions and see what he can address for you.
And if you can just show, the photos that I've attached that kind of just speak to what I was explaining. Thank you.
Actually, I should have just asked the committee, does anyone have any questions or comments for the applicant? Or sorry, the resident. I'm sorry.
If we could just have
Okay,
stay
could
on
we
that
have-
photo right there,
Which one?
the one down. If we could just go down to the one more photo below that, Madam Chair. Yes, that's perfect. A couple of points I'd like to address. I was a little perplexed by the idea of safety and overlook. I assume this is being taken from inside of the garage of the adjacent neighbor. There seems to be quite a high hedge there. So in terms of overlook of what a child will be doing there or safety, I think that's mitigated a little bit by the location of that hedge and just the volume of what's there in terms of what would be happening next door. But I don't want to make this about safety, because what we're proposing is a 5-story building, again, along Bathurst, designated an avenue in the official plan, mixed use. This is where developments like this should be going. Along Bathurst, 1-story buildings like that sit here that are adjacent at 2 stories are not the appropriate type of development to exist on a major street, which offers 24-hour bus service for the Bathurst 7, to go up to Wilson, to go down to Lawrence, to go to Eglinton. These are the types of developments the city should be encouraging, in my opinion. Just to go back to a couple of small points, there was also a mention of the residential, sorry, the commercial units above the residential. All of the commercial units are located at grade. I may have gone in a little bit of a circle trying to explain what the variance request was for. There are no commercial units on the second floor. The only commercial unit proposed is on the ground floor that fronts Bathurst Avenue, again, which is the appropriate location with the residential building above. In terms of the massing of the development, that 45-degree angular plane, when we look at, I'm going to call it an antiquated zoning standard that along Bathurst like this would only permit 1 times the FSI. As a planner, what that tells me is we need to look at additional tools as to see the appropriateness of that development as it relates to the surrounding neighborhood and the streetscape. In this instance, through the angular plane from grade level all the way up to the proposed 5th floor being in compliance, that speaks to the appropriateness of this development and the impact being mitigated through the stepping back of each floor to create that separation to the residential to the rear. And again, I'm gonna reference one more time the council directive last week for mid-rise guidelines to add height and to increase permitted FSI on major streets, because the staff report essentially said we are wasting land. The city is wasting land by being so restrictive on these major streets through things like 1 times FSI for residential and really leading to properties not being developed really with the vision of how the city wants it to go. This is a proposed purpose-built renovation for rental units. Again, we have no variance for parking. We are providing 1 accessible spot, 1 visitor spot. There is no requirement for parking. In the instance of increased traffic, if transportation wanted a TDM, we would have completed a TDM. In this instance, it wasn't requested because, again, these are rental units that are located along a major street that offers 24-hour bus service. I think that pretty much sums up the concerns. I'm just looking at my notes. Yeah, I think that's pretty much my rebuttal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have one question for you. You indicated that this Bathurst Street is listed in the avenues as an avenue. Is there a recommended height for development on the avenues in this area?
It's not a recommended height, but avenues are there to support mid-rise to tall buildings or mid-rise to high-rise buildings in the city of Toronto. Madam Chair, it would be more appropriate through a consolidation with adjacent properties, but the avenue guidelines speak to mid-rise to high-rise buildings. That's where they will be located.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Mr. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification on variance number 10. I do note in the community planning report, they're recommending or suggested that variance might have been removed. Forgive me, but I just, perhaps I missed it with the applicant. Is variance number 10 being maintained or is it being removed?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Allison, it has been removed, and you can actually see the revision cloud of what's on the screen there. That indicates that 7.5 meters.
Okay, very good. Thank you. No further questions.
I have a question. I just want to, how many rental units, how many residential units do you have in this building, and how many rental do you have?
At present today?
For the proposed development.
Oh, the proposed development in total will have, I believe it's 7. 7. Just bear with me.
7 in the 5 stories. It'll have 7 residential units.
I had it written down through you, but I just got all over the place. 1, 4, 5, 8, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, there's 8.
8? And
correct.
What's the percentage? So it's mixed use. So it's office space and it's residential, and is it retail as well?
Yeah, the retail is proposed. If we go to the, sorry, Madam Chair, did I cut you off, Mrs. Martin?
No, go ahead.
I was just excited to answer. The ground floor at the corner, at the southwest corner, is proposed to be a retail store and office with two kind of small offices being accessed off the side on Woburn.
Okay, okay, and then the other stories are going to be residential?
Correct. Everything above the first floor is proposed to be residential exclusively.
Oh, okay, okay. Thank you.
All right, are we done with questions? Yes? Let's go into committee. Comments? Concerns? Motion?
I have comment for my colleagues again. If we're looking at, I mean, yes, it's on Bathurst, but oh, sorry, I'm going to have to turn that off. So somebody else go ahead, please.
Sure, I can jump in. Yeah, this really what we're dealing with is like a sliver of what would be a typical mid-rise application. And just to kind of, I was listening to your question, Madam Chair, about, what the as of right might be. Mid-rise guidelines typically use the width of the right-of-way, Bathurst Street. If it's a 25-meter right-of-way, that would indicate, how high they can build. The average mid-rise in the city is typically about 7 stories. So at 5 stories, I think this is pretty modest. It's not breaching the angular planes at the back. There's a pretty modest step down transition, I should say, to the neighborhood. The example that the applicant provided at Joycean Avenue, I think, is a really good example. I think we got to be careful because we can't expect, developers or property owners to assemble, multiple lots. You're not always going to get a rezoning application for a mid-rise that, might contain half of a city block. And in some cases, you may get those portions developed, one parcel at a time. So, it's meeting all of the criteria as a mid-rise. I think it's a good infill for the street. It's got a good step down to the neighborhood. The neighbor did raise some concerns with respect to parking, but I think transportation largely spoke to those concerns. So I'm not sure. I think because I'm happy to bring a motion, but we'll see where it goes.
Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, I just wanted to expand upon the point of the transportation. Does anybody have any sort of like last reservations or anything regarding the parking? And if you can share that with me, because that's the only thing I'm finding myself feeling very supportive, but that's the only thing that kind of sets me back a bit.
So I would add that this is a rental building, so it's going to be targeted to individuals who may or may not have cars. Typically, people that would rent a unit like this wouldn't have a car. This neighborhood's well served by transit. The Lawrence bus runs between Yonge and the Allen. The subway is at both of those areas. Is very close to the subway station. So I think that, it's not in the middle of nowhere where a bus runs every half hour. This is very frequent service. So I think it's well served by transit, and it's consistent with what the city's looking for in terms of intensification for an area. I don't have any concerns about the parking. I think for temporary parking, there is some street parking available either on side streets or on Bathurst Street north of this area, or even in front of the rest of the plaza. So I don't really have any concerns from that point of view. So.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to add, if there's a member contemplating approval, there is a revised transportation memo that outlines some conditions. If you'd like to see it, we're happy to put it up, or if you have it before you, I just wanted to let you.
Yes, please.
Just sending a
You
quick.
can put that up.
It's in our late package.
It was sent, but we can put it up, of course.
Yeah, I do see two standard requests in the conclusion section of their memo, the second memo that was sent. Same one.
Yes. Sorry, can you scroll down a bit? Yeah, to the end, actually. Yeah, if you can get the two conditions, that's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I could put forward a motion if anyone.
Okay. Oh, because of the road winding, I think that's why the conditions are slightly different. Okay. Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion if my colleagues aren't there. I realize you may not see me, so I might just have to jump in and talk at times. So I'll put forward a motion. I think based on all of the discussion that's said, I feel that this the explanations provided by the applicant sits very well with me here. I'll put forward a motion to approve this application because I feel it meets the four tests, and I'll make it subject to the amendments made to the application by the applicant such that it meets the November 14th staff report. And as planning has asked us to read that out, I'd say that variance number 1 has been amended to 93% and variances number 5 and 10 have been eliminated. I will also make this subject to the conditions of the November 15th transportation report, and as well subject to forestry condition number 3. I'm wondering
Correct.
if I have that
Yes.
correct. Yeah. Okay, hope you heard me because all I heard was an echo.
No, that's good. We heard you clearly. Thank you for that. Do we have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. All those in favor? That is unanimous for the members that are here. Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so your application's been approved. Thanks. 5-minute break. Could we take a 5-minute break? Okay, thank you. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, Madam Chair, we're live now.
Thank you. All right, we are on item number 16, 157 DALEMOUNT Avenue. This is an application for a rear second floor addition and interior alterations to an existing dwelling. We have variances for building length and building depth. On file, we have a survey, plans, and 28 late letters of support. Do we have the applicant with us?
Yes. Sarah
Thank
Efra,
you.
agent for the applicant, and it's 313 Hillhurst Boulevard, M6B 1M9.
Thank you. Committee, do we need a presentation on this? Anyone? No, it doesn't look like we want a presentation. Unless there's something you'd like to point out to the committee, we'll just proceed into committee.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty clear. Everybody's supportive and we're adding over an existing spot there.
All right, thank you. So we'll take this into committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may make a motion?
All right, first of all, Ms. Sankar, were you going to make a motion or?
Oh, I
just
was,
saw your
but you
hand up.
jumped in. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay. He's throwing it off to you.
I've taken enough airtime today.
No, it's okay. I just fear you all aren't seeing me, and you can't hear me, but it's okay. Sure, I'll just jump in really quickly. I think this is really minor. This is like a great application. I think it's also surrounded by a multitude of support that sort of really speaks to itself, and I think it meets the 4 tests, and for that reason, I'll put forward a motion to approve as is.
Thank you very much to both of you. All those in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. Your application has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to application number 17, 107 Burbank Drive. This is for a detached dwelling. We have variances for east side yard, height of building, height of side exterior main walls, number of stories, front platform encroachment into front yard setback, number of platforms at or above the second story, area of a platform, architectural encroachment into the required building setback, minimum front yard, landscaping, driveway width, driveway access with 2 points. On file, we have survey, plans, presentation, photos, transportation report, ravine report, TRCA memo, community planning report, and a late set of plans. I'm sensing the applicant is in front of me.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Arjang Behesh from Homeland at 49 Wycliffe Crescent.
Thank you. First of all, do you have any changes to make to the application?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. It's the changes are a reflection of our talks with the planning staff and also our talks with transportation. And we had quite a contentious back and forth with planning staff. And finally, we reached a conclusion based on the alterations, which I will state. So we would like to, as a result of their suggestions, remove variance number 9 regarding the increased area of a platform. We would also like to remove variance number 11 regarding the front yard landscaping. It was the overall landscaping. We never had any soft landscaping to begin with, but because it was a problem for the planner, we would like to remove that as well. And the most important thing is the U-shaped driveway, which we will also be willing to remove, number 13, variance number 13.
Okay.
And finally, also variance number 8, it actually is not mentioned in the planning staff's second letter, but we had talks with them and they requested such a reduction. It's a very large reduction in the deck, which it's stated in the variance as a second-story platform. That's a technical nature. It's actually just a deck. So we would actually, we would like to reduce that from 39 meters squared to now just 19 meters squared. And there isn't an updated staff report, an official one, but there's an email sent to a city, and I will just quickly read it. From the planner, it says the applicant has notified staff that they have revised the application to remove the 2-point access driveway and delete variances 11 and 13 that pertain to the front yard landscaping. The plans dated November 19th, 2024 should reflect this change. Staff would like to clarify that if variances 11 and 13 are deleted, staff would have no concerns with the proposed driveway width and would no longer request refusal of variance number 12. And also from transportation, we have a clearance that upon reviewing the updated site plans containing the revisions, transportation is satisfied with the above conditions being met and give clearance.
Thank you very much. All right, we do have a resident, I believe, who would like to speak to the application. So we will ask for a presentation, please, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, certainly. Can I please see the presentation package, slide number 1, if you don't mind? And I'd like to start with the side wall height. If we can zoom into that package. Great, thank you. Now, this is the side elevation of the home, and you can see that it's slightly segmented. There are segments which the house actually jots inward, and that's we've done that in order to maintain our lot coverage at 30%, the required 30%. And then when we get to the top, that portion in pink is just the highlighted portion in pink is the one which protrudes past the limitation of the bylaw, which states that actually the front wall can return to the side up to 30%. Now that pink area has made the return 40%. And that area is the continuation of that jot, that segment of the house. So if we wanted to lower just that portion, it would create some structural difficulties for the house. It would be more difficult to build, more. Just kept that area, you can see that it's not a very major portion of the house. If I can see slide number 2, we can see the further encroachments of some of the other points of the bylaw, the variances, which you can see all of them are very, very minor. For example, at the front, at the west portion, we can see an encroachment of the porch into the front yard setback. That encroachment is highlighted in the very tiny stripe of purple. You can see that it's quite a negligible increase. At the north, we can see a side yard setback for an architectural feature, and the encroachment, you can barely even see it on the screen. I think it's not able to be seen, but it's a very tiny portion in red. It's almost quite negligible. And then in the rear yard, the deck, the depth of the deck, which has encroached past the limit of the bylaw, is again highlighted in blue. The deck itself is highlighted in yellow, and the area of the deck in terms of the definition of the bylaw can be up to 5% of the entire area of the lot, the platforms including the deck. Our rear yard deck has a 1.5% area in relationship to the lot. And then finally, we can see a narrow stripe again in pink at the south side of the home, and that's a 1.8 meter encroachment, which technically we're allowed to have. That's the first floor of our home, but because it's regarded as the second story in this specific area is supposed to jot more in and has a larger side yard setback requirement, but that is our first story. And it's actually the story which is 1.2 meters above ground. It's the portion of our house which is the office. So the office and the foyer area is only 1.2 meters above the ground. So it's really a low level portion. And then finally, if I can see slide number 3, we approached all of the surrounding, the neighbors highlighted in blue. We had conversations with our neighbor at 2 High Mount. We can see to the, sorry, just a second, to the east. And their concerns were about maintaining trees and shrubbery. And actually, we had an arborist report because it's a lot which technically is backing onto a ravine, so we had to get TRCA approval. And our arborist report initially had that shrubberies which the neighbor wanted to keep. They had asked to remove that shrubbery. And since then, since our talks with the neighbor, we have updated our arborist report, and all of the trees, the green area between our 2 neighbors has been adjusted in the arborist report to be able to keep those areas. We had a talk with our neighbor at 109 Burbank Drive who had no concerns. We had 2 opportunities to speak with 4 High Mount Drive, the neighbor to the rear, technically the rear side, and both times they were unable to meet with us based on their schedules, so we couldn't reach them. And also number 16, we heard no response from them. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Just to start, I have 2 questions. And the first one has just slipped my mind. It was trying to remember back when you were in the beginning of your presentation. Can we just go back to his number 1, I think it was? Oh, yeah, it was that one. That drawing is the east elevation, I believe you're showing. Is that the same on the west elevation, that protrusion?
On the updated plans?
Yes.
Yes, it's kept the same, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And staff have the updated plans, correct?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have any concern with us tying that
Not at
variance
all.
to the elevation or the other variances to the site plan?
That's totally
The
fine.
updated.
Yes, the updated site plan. Yeah, totally okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Allison?
Do you have a number for the width of the garage door?
Yes, the width of the garage door is 30, 20.
It is on the updated plans.
Mhm.
You can show it.
Okay, can I please see the updated plans dated November 2024? November 19th, yes. And if I could see the basement plan, please. Okay, no, what, yeah, no.
8.13.
One more. Right.
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
So
I was looking for it.
The variance itself is actually regarding the widened driveway, which leads to the 3-car garage, and it gets wide at the very last, basically, portion that it's available to get wide to provide access. So the driveway width is not 3 cars wide for the entirety of the driveway.
But just to confirm, the width is 8.13 is the door itself?
If that's
Yeah.
what it says on the plans, then yes, that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm looking at the most recent set of
Right.
plans there.
It's
Okay.
it's the plan just below this one. If you can
And,
go one up.
Can you just indicate where the tapering is then on the driveway?
Yeah, so if we can see the site plan, please. Right, so you can see that it narrows to 6 meters, which is the requirement of transportation at the property line. And then from that point, it gets gradually wider to reach the 3rd car, the inner car. You see
Okay.
that the line is slanted.
I do see that. Okay,
Right.
thank you for that
That's the
clarification.
driveway.
Okay, no further questions.
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, just to make sure I have the right information. The revision that you have made, you removed variance number 8, 11, 12, and 13th, correct?
No, we're
9.
we're reducing variance number 8 from 39.08 meters to 19 meters squared, and we're removing 9, 11, and 13.
9, 11, and 13, and
Yes.
12 remains, right?
Yes, 12 remains, yeah.
I see, thank you.
Any other questions? No? All right, so I understand we have a neighbor. I'm not sure if they're in person or online. Mr. Hurwitz?
Through the chair, that speaker just sent in an email saying that they had to leave the hearing. Yeah.
Okay. I guess we don't have a resident to speak then. All right, are we ready to take this into committee then? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take this into committee. Comments? Concerns? Motion? I'm sorry, Ms. Sankar, go ahead.
Okay, seeing if no one wants to, I mean, I can put forward a motion, Madam Chair. Through you, I do believe that the explanations provided here today for this application for me sits well, and in fact, the entire application I thought has been well explained for me to feel secure in a position of approving it. I will put forward, and with the changes made by the applicant here today, that also speaks well to their wanting to work with staff on the concerns. And I see that there's been a change of heart in transportation, etc. No concerns from TRCA. Overall, I say it meets the 4 tests, and I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll approve it with the changes made by the applicant here today, in that variance number 9 is eliminated, variance number 11 is eliminated, variance number 13 is eliminated, and variance number 8 is reduced to 19 meters squared. I do know that there was a discussion on tying it to a specific site plan. I asked my colleagues if there was something that they would like to share on that. If not, that would be my motion, and I'm open to any amendments.
Oh, comments from Ravine? Sorry, conditions from Ravine.
Yeah, urban forestry number 1 as well.
Oh, yeah. It's interesting, it's not on their matrix, but yes, condition number 1. And Ms.
All right,
Sankar, I mentioned that tying it substantially in accordance with the site plan and the east and west elevation drawings from the package dated November 19th, sent to Committee of Adjustment, if you would take that as an amendment.
Yes, I accept that, and I accept the urban forestry condition number 1 amendment.
Sorry, it's not urban forestry, it's Ravine.
Ravine and natural features protection. Sorry,
Yes.
I didn't see it in my forestry matrix either, so thank you.
All right, thank you. And do we have a seconder? Ms. Martin? All right, all those in favor of the motion? That is unanimously carried. Thank you. Your application's been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the panel and thank you to committee staff.
Okay, we'll move on to item 18. 33 Moccasin Trail. This is an application for a 2-story side addition. There's only 1 variance, I believe, for front yard setback. On file, we have survey, plans, site photos, TRCA report with no objections, and urban forestry memo, no conditions. I believe that is all. And we don't have anyone here unless there's somebody here in the audience to speak to this item. Are you the agent? Yeah, that's fine. So other than the agent, I meant any residents. There's no residents here to speak to it. So if you're the agent, you can go ahead and give us your name and address.
Good afternoon, committee, Madam Chair. Sorry? It's on? Is this good? Perfect. Good afternoon, committee, Madam Chair. My name is Arash Nairamati. My address is 4241 Bedford Road.
Thank you. So first of all, do you have any changes to the application?
No changes.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? I doubt we need a presentation, I'm thinking. Anyone? I had a question about why you're pulling the addition forward. I think I know the answer, but that was my only question. So I don't know if you want to say something about it. So we don't need a full presentation.
Okay.
We're just saying, is there anything you want to point out of note? Otherwise, we'll take it into committee.
Well, I think the only just it's being pushed forward because it can't be back because of the tree in the one side. That's the only reason.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? No? All right, I guess we will take this into committee. Thank you. Okay, who would like to address the application?
Happy to bring a motion forward. It's a pretty straightforward application. I think it's a good use of intensification to kind of build a little bit into the front yard setback. We're not pulling the whole building forward, but just a portion of it in order to facilitate a little bit of intensification. The impact is very minor. For that reason, I'm for approval of the application without condition.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli, second the motion. All right, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All right, that's unanimous, carried, and your application is approved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, committee members.
All right, so item 19 was deferred. It is 4 o'clock. I guess we can launch right into the 4 o'clock session, which I would imagine most people in the audience are here for. The first application on the 4 o'clock session is item 20, 438 Heath Street.
Madam Chair, we have a deferral at 4
I'm
o'clock.
sorry.
No problem. So we have one item, item 24, that's 88 McAllister.
All right, let's deal with that first. Do we have the applicant here? Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Your name and address?
My name is Max Murchison, and I'm here on behalf of the homeowner for 88 McAllister. And my address is 364 Super Test Road.
Thank you.
North
And could you let us know the reason for the deferral request?
Yes, so there is a little miscommunication. We got really two variances. One of them is very simple. There was a miscommunication regarding an assumption that it became somehow two-unit building. We decided to pull it away and discuss it with planning because we were not thinking to have a two-unit building. We had a couple of declarations signed, but for some reason it wasn't enough. So now we're going to go back and we're actually going to revise. And I don't know if you had a minute to look at the notes, but they requested a stair inside that connects the two buildings. So we decided actually to defer the application, go back, revise that plan actually to work with the planning because there is really no reason not to put the stair in. So we're going to put the stair in and come back when hopefully the staff will accept and remove the first variance because we don't have any reason to do it as a two-unit. Just a misunderstanding.
All right, thank you. Let's see, do we have, sorry, just getting my bearings here. We do have a few neighbors here, so we'll have to consult with them as well. Are they here? I believe they're online, the residents. Sorry, there is one person. Oh, I'm sorry, can't see you because of my monitor. Please come forward. We're just asking if you have any comments on the deferral request. So please come forward and state your name and address.
Good afternoon, everyone, Madam Chair and the council. I'm Rosa Colagero and Costa Colagero. We live next door. We're at 90 McAllister Road.
Thank you. Do you have any concerns with the deferral request of the applicant?
I don't quite understand what they're referring to.
They're asking for us not to consider their application today, to take it back so that they can discuss it further with planning staff, and then it would come back to a later meeting. And you would be notified at that later meeting.
Is it still going to be a 2-unit, 2-story?
We don't know the information
so
of that at this point,
start
but it's
over.
just a request for deferral of the application right now.
All right.
fine.
What about the square footage?
Same, we don't know the
Okay.
details.
Thank you.
But it would be reflected in a new notice when it comes forward
We're
again.
fine with the deferral.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, do we also have somebody online?
Yeah, I should have some down there.
Yeah.
The basement.
Dominic Rubino?
That's why
Yeah,
they put it as this basement
Sorry,
section.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead and state your
no,
name and address.
Sir, Dominic Rubino and 85 McAllister Road. And I just, sorry, joined, I think there's a deferral to the 88.
Yes.
McAllister, okay.
There's-
So I'm fine with that as well.
There's been a request by the applicant to defer the application. So at this point, all we need to know is if you have any concerns with the deferral.
No, no concerns with the deferral. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, apparently we have one more person online as well.
Through the chair, we have Katia.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Katia, 91 McAllister Road, and we're okay with the deferral.
Katia, could we have your last name as well?
Varricchio, Varricchio.
Thank you. So you have no concern with the deferral?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, committee, could we have a motion for deferral?
I can make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Okay, I make a motion to defer 88 McAllister Road in order to give the applicant a chance to revisit his project and work with planning staff to amend.
All right, do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli seconds it. All those in favor of the deferral motion? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, committee. Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good
All
day.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's all we have for the 4 o'clock for now, so we can start at item 20.
Thank you. Item 20, 438 Heath Street. Oh, goodness. All right, so 438 Heath Street East, a 1-story addition with a sunroom above. The variances are for building length, front yard setback, east side yard, area of a platform at the 2nd story, height of a building, height of the front and exterior main walls, and a roof eave projection. On file, we have a survey, and site photos, a community planning report, and a letter of concern. Do we have the applicant with us? Yes. Name and address, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Bin Hu, the agent of the 438 Healthy Street. And we have a proposal modified. Recently, I sent you to address all the issues. And we have first one is the
Sir,
building
just
length.
hold on one sec. First of all, before we start, do you have any changes to the application? to the
We
variances?
modified, yeah, we
All right.
dropped the height from
So let's just-
9.7 to the
Let's start
9.1.
at the top with the variances. We'll just go in order.
Okay,
Any change to variance 1?
and number 1, no change.
Okay, variance 2?
Number 2 is no change.
Okay, variance 3?
And number 3, no change.
Okay, variance 4?
Number 4 is no change.
Variance 5?
Variance 5, we change it. We
Okay.
change from 9.76 meter to 9.1 meter, the overall height.
Okay. Second here. 5.
And the number 6, we dropped this one to the 6.5 meter as the overall height was changed lower. So this one was automatically changed to the 6.5, which meets the requirement for the bylaw.
So is that
Number 6.
number 6? So the permitted is 7 meters, but you're less than 7
Yeah, we
meters?
have a 6.5 for the
So
minimum.
are you saying you don't need this variance anymore?
I don't need it in mind.
So eliminating variance 6. All right, and variance 7?
Variance 7, we changed this EVA length to the 0.46. That's mean 18-inch overall from the edge to the wood frame building, the wood framing of surface. So I think we are satisfied with
So the proposed
requirement.
eaves project 0.46?
Yeah, we have a 0.46 for the modified plan, the joint. But I
trying to
think I didn't mark on the updated joint, but we measured this one, we have
So-
0.46.
The variance says the proposed eaves project 0.76 and are 0.09 from the east lot line.
And I reduced this one to the 0.46.
For the projection?
Yes,
And is it still, it's not 0.09 then from the east lot line?
no,
You have to do the math. Project a maximum of, I don't know if it's 0.3. If it's 0.3, it eliminates it, I guess. Does someone, can you just do the math for us? Is it 0.46 plus 0.30? I don't know. I'm not sure. Jordan.
18-inch, 0.46 meter. I was measured from the surface of the wood framing to the end of the EVA. So that means, so we didn't project over the land property. So we are fine because we have a 0.8.
Less, they're projecting out less, correct? So they're not, I think they're projecting, I don't know.
I think the projection changed.
Yes.
You said that hasn't changed. But it needs to.
He's saying that the proposed
I believe you're saying the proposed eaves project not, instead of 0.76, it's 0.46. Is that right?
Yes.
So wouldn't that change the distance from the east lot line from the 0.09 that's indicated in the variance? Okay.
So
I guess.
we are now, once if we reduce the length of the EVA, right, becomes smaller. So
the
I have
setback is,
I have more space between the property line to the edge of the EVA is more than 300. That's the 300 you're asking for to get it, right? Because we have, from this side, we only have a 0.46. So all the setback minus these dimensions, that's the requirement.
So the question is does it maintain 0.30 from the lot line, I
看你
believe?
这个数值是多少？现在应该是0.39吧？
Or just leave the
因为这里
variance?
少了嘛，
I don't know.
Yeah,
是
yeah.
吧？应该0.39了，现在
Yes.
I think should be
I think entire building because the lot setback was slightly different, right, from the every location for the minimum project out. It's like we have 0.78 minus 7.46. We get more than 300 millimeter. So we are satisfied with that one. So that number 7 was eliminated for our new proposal.
The whole variance, we don't need the variance.
We don't
so-
need the variance because I reduced the arm length, so
Okay.
18 inch,
All right, so we're eliminating,
number 7. Because I didn't pass over the 300 spacing from the property line to the projection out. I have more than 300
okay, thank you.
requirements.
So that's good.
Yeah, that's the one we got new proposal we sent to you.
All right. So those are your changes. Is there anyone in the audience here on this item? No? And we don't have anybody online? No. Okay, thank you. So do people want a presentation on this, on the committee? Go ahead. Yep.
I just want to clarify, you've sort of broken it into 2 pieces. So you're doing a 1-story addition and then you've got a sunroom above. Does that not, is the sunroom, is it included in your calculations? Or how are you looking at your sunroom? Like, is it part of your building or is it?
The sunroom is a cold sunroom.
Cold sunroom.
It's cold sunroom. It's just for the flower, So it's but it's enclosed
So
with
it's
the
almost
glass.
like a deck,
coating.
like a platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like a
closed platform, and then on the left hand we have a deck, right? For the that's why we have a.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? No? Are we ready to go into committee? All right. Let's go into committee.
I have questions for my colleagues. I don't understand the sunroom. Is it located on on top of the 2nd-story addition? I
Yeah,
can't see it on the drawings.
it's above the back addition,
Sorry, sir, we're in committee now, so you can't answer questions at this point unless we come out of committee. So this is just a question amongst ourselves.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's okay.
So I see it here. If you go to drawing, it's sort of poking out in an elevation.
Yeah, it's on the
But
section.
it doesn't look like a sunroom. It's more like a platform, right?
It's got a cover. It
It does?
looks like a greenhouse,
Yes.
essentially. Yeah.
What page? What?
I'm on section view 1. Yeah, it's on the screen though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments? Does anyone want to make a motion?
I can jump in on this one. It's an interesting setup. I initially had some concerns with this because of the front yard setback is like the building just sits so much further on the street. And while I recognize that's an existing condition, You have to be mindful in that case of things like building height and side main wall, because now that is very exposed from the street. So concern with respect to the building height and side yard in conjunction with the front yard, but I'm happy to see a reduction to the 9.1 meters and the removal of the variance for the side main wall height, if I'm not mistaken. Just confirming, yes, which is variance number 6. So with that adjustment, I think the application is sufficient to satisfy the 4 tests. And I'm happy to bring a motion for approval of the subject application as amended. Variance number 5, amended from 9.76 to 9.1 meters. The removal of variance number 6 and the removal of variance number 7. That is... Thank you. Yeah, and I do see planning has requested, sorry, computer froze.
Can we just pull up the staff report?
Yeah, I got frozen file here. Sorry.
I can read it for you. The proposed maximum building length and minimum front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to this report.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you. So with the amendment of adding in the condition from community planning, that's my motion.
All right. Do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli. Thank you. All in favor of the application? That is unanimous. Thank you. Your application's approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we move on to item 21, 165 Taos Drive. All right, this is an application for a new 5-story commercial office building with reduced parking. The variances are for office use coverage, front yard setback, west side yard setback, maximum driveway coverage within the front yard setback, required parking, rear yard setback area in front of loading space, floor space index, and I believe that's all. On file, we have survey plans, cover letter, applicant correspondence with community planning, an arborist report, parking justification memo, presentation material, economic development and culture memo, Metrolinx memo, and a late development engineering memo with conditions. You have the applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Could you please give us your name and address?
Certainly, my name is Greg Ewens with Vittori Planning and Management. We're representing the owners of 165 TYCOS. I do have a presentation today.
Could you give us your address first?
Oh, 26 Hayden Park Road, Toronto, Ontario.
Thank you. All right. One sec. All right. Do we want a presentation?
Through you, Madam Chair, I only had a question concerning the comments made in the transportation report. Other than that, I don't need a presentation.
All right. We don't require a presentation. If there's something you really want to point out, but otherwise, if you could address Mr. Allison's question that he just asked about the transportation services memo or the DevEng memo.
Yeah, they are requesting deferral. They're asking for a number of items. Just perhaps
Okay.
the applicant, give the applicant an opportunity to speak to some of the requests that are being made from transportation staff.
Sure.
There was an updated, that memo has been superseded, Madam Chair. There was an updated memo that was provided on the 20th of November, which which has no objections and lists a number of conditions. Over the course of the past week, we provided information engineering and transportation required to no longer request deferral. And so the application is before you today with no objections across the board from transportation, engineering, city planning, Metrolinx, and a support letter from economic development. And we have no objection to the conditions that are proposed by the revised memo.
There's two, right? There's transportation services and there is development engineering. So let's just look at one at a time, the most updated. No?
Development engineering recommends deferral.
Oh, did they combine their comments in the end?
What?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Madam Chair, they did. They
Keep us-
wrote one memo combined.
Okay. So they just have some conditions to attach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So we have those conditions. Now, you said the Metrolinx conditions were not required, but did you have a conversation with Metrolinx?
Oh, apologies. I meant we have no objection to the conditions. They're standard Metrolinx conditions.
Oh,
we have no
okay.
concerns
Fine.
at all.
Could you pull up the Metrolinx conditions for a sec? There was something in my mind about that. I can't remember what it was. There's only one for Metrolinx. I made, oh, actually, I think let's go down to the conditions of approval. I think they wanted noise warning clauses. That was the main gist of their comment.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct. That's a fairly standard comment when you're within a certain catchment area of the rail line. Yeah, we have no objection to that.
Okay.
No concerns.
All right. Do we have any other questions, comments? No? All right. So we will take this into committee and make a decision on it, unless there's anything else you want to point out.
I just, in lieu of a presentation, just very quickly, this is an end user building. This is a Canadian company, Anatolia Tile. They are a international manufacturer and supplier of ceramic and stone products based in Canada with over 500 employees. This project is intended as their new office space. So they're looking to expand their footprint within the city. And we've worked very collaboratively with staff over the last, nearly 2 years. There's a site plan application in with this. And we're looking to proceed. Hopefully, if we're successful today, we can proceed to finalize the site plan application and build some new office space in an environment where not a lot of people are doing that, especially in areas outside the core. So I think it's a great proposal and certainly meets the 4 tests under the Act. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's take it into committee. Comments or motion?
Just wanted to confirm the most recent transportation report, whether or not they're asking for any conditions in that report.
I think that was the report we had up on the.
It was the one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are still some.
There are still some. Okay, very good.
No.
Yeah, very good.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to bring a motion. I think this is actually pretty exciting development, I think, for the area, and kind of points a little bit to what we hope to start seeing more of in this area. So, I mean, with that, I'm happy, and I'm happy to see that the applicant has been working with different departments within the city to resolve some of the matters that were raised. I'm happy to bring a motion for approval of the application with the conditions that were noted in the joint report, with transportation and the development engineering. And as well as the advisory comments from Metrolinx. I don't see any not advisory. There are conditions, thank you. The conditions for Metrolinx, I don't see any conditions from community planning, so no conditions there. And no conditions from forestry. That's my motion.
Ms. Sankar, are you willing to second that? Thank you very much. All right, all those in favor of the application? That is unanimous, carried. Your application has been approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Sorry? All right, the next item is item 22, 145 Elmridge Drive. One moment. Okay, this is an application for a new shared driveway and modifications to a ramp to an underground parking. It's quite the application. I read it a few times to make sure I fully understood the depth of it. We have variances for floor space index and west side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, cover letter, tree photos, tree protection plan, rental housing demolition and conversion declaration, and the previous decision. So I believe we have the applicants in front of us. Name and address first, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Allen. I'm a planning consultant at Bousfields. Our address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200, Toronto, M5E1M2. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, who is Toronto Community Housing Corporation. They're working jointly with RENA, who's a nonprofit organization that delivers supportive housing, and I'm here with representatives of RENA as required.
Thank you. I don't believe we have anyone in the audience here on this item. No, and we don't have anybody online. No. Okay. All right. Do we require a presentation, anyone? Anyone have any questions for the applicant? No? All right. So I think you're on hold, and we'll go into committee to make a decision. Thank you. Okay, who would like to start this?
I'm happy to make a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there was any forestry conditions or any other conditions. So, yeah.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All those in favor of this application? That is carried unanimously.
Thank you, members of
Your
the committee.
application's approved. Thank you very much. All right, next we have, where are we? Oh, just lost track. That was Elmridge, right? Item 23, 29 Newan Drive. This is an application to permit an addition to the existing dwelling. We have variances for front yard setback, east side yard setback, and west side yard setback. On file, we have a survey, plans, a revised site plan, cover letter, community planning report, ravine and natural feature protection conditions, TRCA, and a letter of concern. Do we have the applicant here? Mr. Seimer, I believe.
That's correct, Joe Seimer.
Thank
Chair
you.
and members of the committee, for the record, my address is 15 Berkeley Court in Markham.
Thank you. And do you have any amendments to make to the variances today?
No amendments. Other than what's been provided by the last staff report.
Sorry?
Just
Okay, so if you could just read out any amendments based on the public meeting notice.
The The side yards stay the same. So those, the side yard setback.
Let's
Variances.
just start with variance 1.
Okay, variance 1.
For front yard setback?
Yeah, for front yard setback. So we've discussed with staff and we've settled on 8.2, 8, apologize, it's 8.2 meters is the setback that would be for the majority of the house. And then it will have a further step back for the garage to 8.7.
All right, so the variance is 8.2 for the sake of discussion for the variance, and then we can look at tying it to the site plan if we want, but, all right, and change to variance 2 or 3.
No changes.
All right, thank you. We do have somebody interested in this application. Are they here? Or no, I believe they're online. Correct? All right. So if you could provide us with a quick presentation, keep it to 5 minutes and go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'll be brief. I only want to speak to the front yard setback. The side yards are just reflecting what's already in place, the existing dwelling. The proposal before you is to provide an addition to an existing dwelling. The addition would be in the front yard because that's where the opportunity rests. There's plenty of front yard setback with other houses in this neighborhood, and we're restricted by the front yard setback of the average of the 2 properties on either side of us, and so that's why the 9.9 meter setback is what would be permitted. We're looking at a modest addition that would be a 1-story addition that would to this building, so it would be in keeping with the similar dwelling types in this neighborhood. Through discussions with staff, we've determined that 8.2 meters would be appropriate from the original request, and further discussion with staff to try to appease some issues with our neighbor. We've stepped back the garage by another 0.5 meter, so that would be an 8.7 meters setback for the garage portion. All in all, we find that this development is quite in keeping and quite appropriate for the neighborhood. As a planner, I believe it meets the 4 tests, and I've provided some evidence in my covering letter, and I'm happy to speak further on any questions the committee might have.
Thank you very much. All right, just stand by and we will first from the resident interested party that we have online. Ms. Rowland.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm the owner of 31
please
Newan.
And state your name?
Hi. Okay, Lynn Rowland.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I wish to express some concerns re the proposed referenced site plan. I am a retired senior. I've lived at 31 Newan with my dogs for the past 20 years. I spend most of my time at home, often looking out the front window to see neighbors, and I enjoy the street view. The front window is the one picture window providing primary views of the street to the west. Houses on the street were designed with one primary picture window, affording owners good views of the street and neighbors. This is my connection to the neighborhood. Please see attachment 2B. It says mute.
One moment, I think staff
not
are just
seeing
looking
anything.
for your. No, they're just looking for the attachment.
Okay.
Is it a photograph we're looking for?
No, keep going.
Okay.
It's a map.
Okay. There was a map at the beginning.
Yes, that one there. Can you make it a bit bigger? Thank you. And up a bit. Thank you. You can see my house at the right looking down Newan Drive. This is the view that I get. The change will significantly reduce the current field of view from the entire street through to Sweeney Drive to less than 2 houses across the street. This is significant to me. You can see what I see now by the check marks and how I would be limited at the right there. Please see 2A. Scroll up. Okay, that's good. Please see the red flag. The view that I will get from my window is just to the right of that mark. There's a red flag at the back of that car. I will only be seeing to the right of that. I will no longer be able to see totally down the street. I will be limited to seeing less than 2 houses. This is significant to me. Thank you. The average length of garages, single garages on the street is 20 feet. I don't understand why a 24.5-foot long garage is necessary. I only mention this because it is part of the proposed blockage of my view. Attachment 3, if you could bring that up, please. No. Up. Okay. Read the proposed cedar fence. Almost no one in the neighborhood has a fence in the front yard. Attachment 3 is the cedar hedge on the Reddick's house at 27 ANEWEN. This is what will be planted. Note the cedars are gigantic and massive, and they fully shade the adjacent house. Will this happen to me? I don't want it as it is. The front of my house faces north and gets little sunlight. The cedars will block the westerly sun and put my house in darkness. Cedars grow outward as well as upward. I cannot maintain them. I'm concerned about the growth impeding one's ability and the safety about entering and exiting a car. Attachment 5 shows down. It's not it. It's not. Down. Keep going down, I think. Down. Down. It should show the current side yard. Second from the bottom. Third from the bottom. Between the houses. Can you make that a bit bigger? Now it's gone. The next one. Attachment 5, which you can now see, shows the current side yard between 29 and 31 ANEWEN. There are 2 sets of stairs and a ramp in the middle. It's important to me that a ramp is available to facilitate moving lawn equipment, etc., into the backyard. This is the only means for me to enter or exit my backyard. I want to know, how long will this construction last? I need access to my yard. Confirm that my stairs and ramp will be accessible for the construction period. In conclusion, my interpretation of the proposed site plan is that if approved, it will significantly affect my view from my living room window and the enjoyment of my home. The cedars, if they are trees similar to those gigantic ones between 27 and 25 ANEWEN, they are problematic for me because of the view issue and potentially one's ability to safely enter and exit vehicles. If the cedars are approved by the committee, I ask that they be planted on the property of 29 ANEWEN, not on the property line, and ensure that there is enough setback so that when the trees are grown, they don't overhang onto 31 ANEWEN. Perhaps when construction of the east stairs to the backyard occurs, a similar path and set of stairs will be constructed for 31 ANEWEN with a ramp in the middle. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the resident? No? All right, we'll ask the applicant to come back and address the comments made by the next door neighbor, please.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Just a couple points of clarification. When Ms. Rowland speaks to 24 feet or 24 feet for the length of the garage, we've reduced that to 22 feet. So there's a bit of relief that we've given back. But in our as of right, if we were to build to the 9.9 meter setback line in the front yard, there would be a 19-foot wall there. So the 22 feet is reasonable in our opinion, and I think it's quite desirous for a dwelling like this, where we're maintaining a one-story typology that's within the neighborhood. In any event, there could be a wall that would be next to her, and so her arguments would be similar whether we have, an as-of-right dwelling going up or what the request is, which is for 1.2 meters of additional setback or going into the setback for a garage that is reasonable for this dwelling. And I can speak to why we're going to the 22 feet of garage, interior space of the garage. A 20-foot garage is typical, and I believe it may even be building code. We're asking for a couple more feet within the garage so that we can access the front. When the car is parked in the garage, we can walk around the front of the garage to get to the proposed door that would be at the side yard as an exit. So there is no door that goes into the house from the proposed plans that we've got right now, but we would like to be able to walk around the car and get up to the side of the house. So that's the reasoning for the garage and that wall. Another point of clarification is there's no cedars that are part of this proposal. So I would like just to make sure that the committee is aware. We have not presented any landscape plans for this proposal.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of the applicant after that? No? All right, thank you. We will take this into committee for consideration.
Thank you.
Committee, what do we think?
I think this is a reasonable proposal. The applicant has set the garage back, I think he said to 22 meters, which is increasing the front yard setback to 8.2 meters, which is a minor variance and reasonable. If we're looking at the variances and the appropriateness of the modifications made to the house, I think it's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. And so I'm supporting this application.
There is a condition from planning that, or sorry, a recommendation that we put a condition that it be proposed in accordance with the site plan front yard setback submitted to the committee as attachment 1 to the planning staff report. Are you okay with that amendment?
Yeah, I have to make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were making a motion. Sorry.
So I will make a motion to support this to approve this application with the modification of variance 1 to be 8.2 meters front yard setback. And also to tie it to the site plan per the staff report submitted. And ravine condition 3. Is that it?
1. Ravine condition 1.
Oh,
there is.
Just let me look at my notes.
It's very confusing the way they write these. It's 1.
Is it 1?
Because it says conditions. for
Sorry,
urban forestry.
modification, ravine condition 1.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Oh, thank you, Mr. Faselli. All right, all those in favor of the application? That is 3 in favor and 1 opposed. Mr. Allison's opposed. I'm sorry, and those opposed? 1, Mr. Allison. Thank you. Doesn't happen very often. All right, we will, thank you. Your application has been approved.
Thank you very much, committee. Appreciate that.
Does anybody need a break? Or are we okay? 24 was deferred, so we're on item 25, 286 JEDBURGH Road. All right, okay.
Hello.
One moment. Oh, what is going on? Here we go. I'm sorry. Full tired. All right, 286 JEDBURGH Road. It's for a new 3-story dwelling. We have variances for a platform projection from the rear wall, height of a building, floor space index, percentage of front yard landscaping, north side yard, percentage of front yard soft landscaping. On file, we have a survey, plans, revised plans, site photos, presentation material, a community planning report, urban forestry memo and conditions, and a late letter of objection from 146 St. Germain. Thank you. The applicant is in front of us. Okay, could you please state your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, good afternoon, chairs and members of committee. So my name is Ella Lin. I'm the agent for 286 JEDBURGH Road.
Thank you. Sorry. Oh, and your address?
Oh, 286 JEDBURGH Road.
No, your address.
Oh,
of
my
the
address.
property. Yes,
Okay.
your office address.
Okay, it's 134 Willow Road
Thank you.
in Markham. Yeah.
Do you have any changes to make to the application?
The changes already uploaded in the portal. So which is the, there are 2 changes. One,
Hold on, let's just go through let's go through the public meeting notice. We've got it up on the screen. And we'll just go item by item and you can tell us if there are any changes, just to make it all very clear. Variance number 1, any change?
that's the platform, right? Yeah,
Correct.
yeah, remain, yeah, no changes.
Okay. Variance number 2.
Whereas number 2 is the building height, right?
Mhm.
No changes.
Variance number 3.
Variance number 3 is the FSI is from 1.09 down to 0.98.
Okay. Variance number 4.
Variance number 4 is
front yard landscaping, 50% front yard
Yeah,
landscaping.
that
Any
one, no change.
No change. Variance number 5.
No change.
Okay. Variance number 6.
Has been eliminated.
Okay. 6 has been eliminated. Thank you. So we do have a neighbor apparently online. So we will ask for a brief presentation to explain your application. And you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Can we pull up the presentation?
Yeah, please. Okay, so this is the proposed site plan. So this project is proposed to demolish the existing 2-story house and then build a 3-story detached house with a single car garage attached. So from the next page. So from the October 18, 2024 zoning examiner notice, there are 6 items variance. So you can see the number 3 and number 6. So after working with the city planner and the zoning examiner, the owner agreed to reduce the FSI from 1.09 to 0.98. Next page. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So the item number 6 is increase the soft landscaping area at the front yard. Now is meet the minimum requirement. So the number 6 is eliminated. Next page. Yeah, that's an improvement, which I just mentioned. There are 2 items improvement after working with the city planner. And the next page. So you can see the new notice in November 12th. So right now there's 2 changes already indicate here. So the number 3 is FSI is from 1.09 to 0.98. And the 6 is already eliminated from the notice. And the next page. So you can see the markup here, so what the change has been made. In the front yard, you see 2 new salt area adding to the front yard. So which, make increase the soft landscaping. So right now that one, it's meet the requirements. 75 of the landscaping area will be soft landscaping. And then you see the number, the breakdown for all the floor the gross area of the floor. So right now is 284 square meter. Yeah. Next page. And then right now you see the major working, so we have additional setback on the 3rd floor. So that's how we reduce that FSI. Yeah, next page. So so that's the rationale for the high the FSI, because the building is actually in the R zone, which allow 11-meter high, which make it the 3-story design possible. But in this, in the permitted FSI is only 0.6. The total area is 174.84 square meter, but most of the redevelopment in this area tend to exceed this limit because they're allowed like 3-story high. And then this proposal, actually the building depth is within the bylaw depth requirement. And the additional FSI is in the 3rd floor. But the 3rd floor, yeah, actually reducing its effect for the building street level presence. So yeah, besides that, on the 3rd floor, there's a big setback on the street. You can see it's a 4.5 meter setback from the front of the building, which minimize the vision impact from the street. The next page. So you can see that's a kind of a rendering from the generator. So that's eye level on the street. So you barely see the 3rd story from the street level. Yeah, next page. So we can find the precedent around the neighborhood. This is the one just like 160 meter away from that the proposed property. You can see that's a 3rd-story house as well, but yeah, with the 3rd story setback from the front. And there's another precedent, the 60 Melrose Avenue. You can see it's already get approved. It's a 11.5 meter back the height. Yeah. So that property is actually 160 meter away. Yeah, from the property. Okay. Next page. So the setback. So the reason for.
Sorry, I think your time is pretty much up.
Oh.
So.
One more thing I want to talk about the urban forestry. The last.
Very quickly.
Oh, very quickly, yeah. So can you scroll down a little bit? Just the tree, to talk about the tree. One more page. Yeah, so we received the urban forest letter, so asked us to realign the driveway. But because this tree, the city-owned tree, is actually in a raised planter, so any other option we have to, we have to remove the planter for the driveway. So we are okay to relocate the tree or remove if permit. So we're going to work with the arborist to see a solution to kind of align with the city, the urban forestry guideline. Yeah. So that's the reason we have to remove the tree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of the applicant? No? Okay, we'll go to the residents. I believe there's some residents in the audience that would like to speak. Please come down. You can sit down now unless we have questions. Welcome.
Hello? Yes, there we go. Hi, my name's Laura Karras, and this is my husband, Sigittis Karras. We live next door at 284, so that would be on the southern border of the house. And I know there was another letter from Francis, who lives around the corner, so who will back onto our properties from St. Germain, and mostly wanted to echo the same three things that she mentioned.
Sorry, did you state your address?
It's 284 JEDBURGH, sorry. Yeah, right beside 286 there.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. So the three issues were the 3rd story, the soft landscaping, which I was really pleased to see they removed, and the extra big porch on the back. So from a personal perspective, the extra big porch on the back is looking right over our yard, right? So just in terms of privacy, because that porch would be at, you know, second story level, right? So I don't know if it's clear from the diagrams. So it comes out of the first floor, right? And it's exactly the same as our house. So I can't complain so much. We have a porch out there, but it's just, you know, a meter and a half wide, as do our neighbors on the other side of us. So because of the style of the houses, where they come in with the garage is drive straight in, our house is exactly the same. That you have to go up the outside stairs, and then we go up another half flight inside. So we're above the garage. So even though it feels like it's our first story, it's really at second story height. And then our second floor, our bedroom floor, is at third floor height. We notice it in terms of the air conditioning getting up that high. So this one really feels like it's adding a fourth story, even though technically it's a third story in terms of the actual height. I didn't see that one from Melrose, that picture, but my husband was saying, like on his walks, you do see 3-story houses, but you don't see ones that are 3-story on top of a drive-in garage. So that may be a new exception. I don't know. I didn't get a good look at the picture. I don't know if they can put it back up, whether it really is garage plus 3 stories. You certainly don't see very many of them. You see 3 stories, or you see lots that are like ours, garage plus 2 more. So that really feels like, changing what we're seeing around and just adding more and more. And, when you see, I think Francis's letter referenced it as, there's supposed to be minor variations, but when you see it at 1.0 instead of 0.6, that's an extra 67% more than it's supposed to be. And I have no idea what ours is. And, we didn't build it. We moved in when it was, 7 or 10 years old. I suspect it's above that 0.6 too. But adding that extra story certainly takes it another level above. So those were our concerns, primarily the back porch, but also just adding one more story just in terms of, the neighborhood as a whole getting bigger and bigger and growing the size of these homes.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions for the residents? Mr. Allison.
Just a clarifying question. So you noted that you have a similar condition with respect to your deck off of the main level, which in a way it's elevated because of the nature of the house. What is the projection? Do you know roughly what the projection off the house is?
A meter and a half. Like you can literally just stand outside and you go down the
4 or
steps.
5 feet off of the, okay.
Yeah, something like that. You just stand outside, like there's nothing on that deck level. There's no seating, there's no,
There's no room
it's
for a
no
table or
usable, there's
anything.
no room for a table. It's just you go outside, you step a meter and you go down the stairs. And identical to our neighbor on the south side.
Okay.
As the, basically identical.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have somebody online as well, I believe?
Through the chair, we have unmuted Farhad.
All right. Mr. Sharif, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
And we
Thank you,
can.
Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members.
Please go ahead. Oh, sorry, your address?
Yes, my name is Farhad Sharif, and I live at 292 JEDBURGH Road. So 2
you.
houses on the north side of the proposed lot.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and tell us your comments.
Perfect. I want to echo, I'm a neighbor of the property, as I mentioned. I live 2 doors down. And upon receiving notice of the application, I knew it was inevitable that the building would be replaced. And I welcomed the opportunity for further development and enhancement of our neighborhood. But I have concerns. Simply put, the proposed structure is pushing all the boundaries for a lot of its size. And if approved, it's going to embolden other developers to continue to push and exceed even these overly ambitious dimensions and requests. Now, I don't have any qualms with the developer making a return on their investment, and I applaud their entrepreneurial spirit. But when they come to an area, build something without understanding the dynamics, the existing area, and then leave, they leave a neighborhood now negatively affected by their work. I'm going to echo my previous neighbor here and talk about the 3 stories here. The houses around the area are 3 stories, including a garage, or they're 2 stories minus a garage. Even the 91 St. Germain precedent that was just talked about, I did take a look at that picture. It's 3 stories, no garage. 60 Melrose is currently under construction, but again, that's a brand new one, and it's starting to push that envelope that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. So by asking this building to develop a 4th floor, it's going to go over the overly generous 11 meters. And I'm sure there's a way that the plans can reduce by 0.3 meters on any of those 4 floors there. In addition, the developer talked about having a setback on the 4th floor, the top floor, but there's a veranda at the front. So there is still going to be some furniture. There's still going to be some viewage from the street that you can see there. So it's not going to be as seamless as was made to be believe here. Even the latest floor plan suggesting the 0.98 times index. Regulations state 0.6. So why is there an over 50% variance here, even with garage? It's, again, overly ambitious. It seems extra large for a lot of the size here. I'm glad to see that the developer has thought about some greenery on the front, because the area has been flooding, especially with the rain that we had yesterday, the rain we've had over the summer. And there's been pooling in this backyard of this property, and even to the neighbor of the north actually. So there has been some pooling. And my concern is that the removal of grass and soil from both the front and the backyards, and the reduced ability for the property to absorb groundwater, is going to exacerbate the situation. We also have a deck, by the way, I'll just bring this up. We also have a deck in our backyard. It's also elevated, but it is 4.5 feet from the edge of the property, from the edge of the house. I know this because I had to recently buy furniture, and I had to get the condo-sized balcony furniture to be able to fit on my deck. So having this, which is going to be double the size, again, is very ambitious and very egregious here. So, Council, Madam Chair, Council, approving the size of this building on the size law is going to set a bad precedent for the developers. It's going to allow skirting of regulations by wider margins, and it's going to. This is a very, very desirable neighborhood, and if properties like this continue to push the envelope, it's going to lose some of that charm and lose some of that ability for us to be able to maintain that neighborly feel that we have around this area. Again, thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions for the resident? No? All right, thank you. We'll ask the applicant to come back and address the comments that have been made from the 2 neighbors, please.
So I just want to talk about the deck. I actually included in my presentation. If you can go to page like the one before the last, the second, hold on, that one, this one, the deck. So, well, we just talked about this. The reason for making this deck is because the owner wants to have like a 6 to 8 person furniture and a stove in the on the deck, and the rest will be just a circulation space. And then after this, the setback is still have 11.8 meter, which is exceed the minimum requirement 7.5 meter. So we still have a very large backyard. And then if the neighbor concerned about the privacy, we can have a privacy screen on the south side. So we can do with architecture feature to eliminate or reduce, to resolve this problem.
Do you want to make any more comments about the concerns that have been raised? I think the big concern is the 3rd story and its impact on the street?
Yeah, as we just mentioned, on the rendering, we look at it's in the eye level, so we have a really huge setback from on the street. So, and then we actually have a same kind of like, yeah, you can see it, like it's really kind of minimum. And then we have another setback like on the north side as well. So I don't see like really like a big impact on the street. And also we will use some like planter or something to kind of like to so on the street level you see like green area, like we will kind of like minimize the glass guard and then put like planter stuff, like some green stuff on the rooftop, and kind of like yeah, kind of a hidden, like the furniture will be hidden behind that green planters. Yeah, we can do it from the architecture perspective on this, for this.
Okay, is that everything?
And then one thing I want to point out, there's a precedent for 11.5 meter in this neighborhood has been approved. So that's another precedent we want to bring up. It's approved in August. It's a 60 Melrose Avenue.
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for that applicant? Oh, sorry, we have a question from one of the committee members. Go ahead, Ms. Martin.
I have a question because, so maybe you can clarify this for me and what the planning staff and what zoning staff said to you about this. Because to me, it looks like you have, usually when there's a basement story that's sort of half above, half not, that's considered, that's why it's considered 3 stories. So it looks to me like you've got a 4th story as well. Did planning staff or zoning clarify anything like that for you? Or I must be, can you just clarify?
Okay, from the definition of the basement, so the midpoint from the floor to the ceiling, if the midpoint is under the established grade, this considered as a basement. So in our proposal, we have a deep basement. So that's why the basement is actually, it's excluded from the GSA, GFA, yeah. So the first floor will be the first floor will be just the main living room, kitchen, although it's raised from the garage, but yeah, but the garage is not in the GFA as well. Yeah, so that's why we have still considered as a 3-story building.
So just to clarify, that garage, or sorry, basement level is not included in the floor space index?
No.
Okay.
Because it's a basement definition. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions of the applicant? Seeing as none, thank you. We'll go take this into committee and make a decision. Thank you. All right, committee. What are we thinking? Concerns, comments? Mr. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to get us started off. It's, you know, a lot of consideration, just given what we heard from the applicant and from some of the neighbors. I've got a bit of concern with respect to the rear deck projection, just because the proximity of the deck in relationship to the neighbors that spoke today is very close. It's very close, and it's, I tried to, it's very hard in these cases to try to understand what's going on back there because we don't have access to backyard photos and such. But given that I've heard from the neighbors that they have similar decks of a very modest projection, what would probably be within the bylaw, I don't really see any precedent to allow such a projection, particularly as I said, given the proximity to the immediate neighbor. So I've got some concern with variance number 1. With respect to the 3rd story, I am supportive of the 3rd story. It is set back from the front main wall as well as the rear main wall is mitigated in that respect. I do, however, because we have 3 stories in addition to the garage, I do have some concern with the variance for a building height. But other than that, which is variance number 2, other than that, I'd be supportive of variance number 3, 4, 5, and 6. But those are my 2 concerns. I think the height, given the fact that they're putting this 3rd story on, adding this garage, it needs to be, it's got to be mitigated somehow. And the 0.3 meters is very easily achievable without materially altering the building. You don't need 10-foot ceilings on the main floor. You can have them, but to have that with a garage and a 2nd and a 3rd story, it starts to become a lot. So I wouldn't be supportive of the height or the rear deck projection, but I would be supportive of the rest of the application.
Anyone else with comments?
I'm in agreement with Mr. Allison on those 2 points. Also, that deck is sitting just it's sitting 2.3 meters above finished grade at the backyard. That's significant. It's almost 8 feet. So I like the idea of decreasing that to eliminate variance 1, and hopefully they can build a really nice patio on finished grade.
Yeah, I think the idea is that you have a deck that you step out onto, you need to step down to a lower deck.
Yes.
That could facilitate
Sure.
an 8-person or a 6-person dining area, but it doesn't need to be raised that close to the neighbor's house right outside the door.
Correct.
There's no reason for it.
Yeah, agreed.
Undesirable. If there's no other comments, I'm happy to make a motion. Ms. Sankar, just taking a look. She's
No,
still with us?
She's gone.
Okay. All right.
Can I just make one comment?
please,
Were
yes.
you proposing hold on, the wrong variance is in front of me, to not approve variance number 2 as well for height?
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
the extra 3 meters
Okay.
is, I'm supportive of the 3rd story, but to facilitate that with the extra 0.3 meters to
Yeah,
give them
I
a
agree.
almost 10 feet on the main floor, I think is a little too much.
I agree. Okay.
All right. Okay, I bring a motion to approve the application in part and as modified. So I propose to refuse variance number 1, refuse variance number 2, modify variance number 3 to a FSI of 0.98, approve variance number 4, approve variance number 5, and remove variance number 6. Also, I don't see any conditions from planning or
There's
we
forestry.
do have forestry.
We do have the issue of the tree in the front yard, and forestry is recommended.
Yeah, I was a little bothered by that. I don't see, I'm not convinced that any of the variances are, it's not like you have a variance for, to add a parking space or add a,
Driveway.
it's a driveway. There's no variance before it. So I don't,
No.
I mean, forestry can deal with that on their own. If they want to refuse based on, that, then they can do that. But I don't think we've done anything to tie that driveway.
No.
We're not tying to any site plan or anything. So hopefully they can work that out and save the tree. But because I don't see any variances that frankly, they've removed the variance for the soft landscaping and they're meeting the requirement now for the front yard landscaping. So
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to clarify, you said reduce variance 1. I think we should eliminate it.
Oh, sorry, refuse.
Refuse, oh, sorry, okay, thank you.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my motion.
Sorry,
you.
but I just want to clarify, you're approving it, you're refusing, except you're refusing variance 1 and 2. And then-
Refusing variance 1 and 2.
And then as amended, variance 3, which is 0.98.
That's correct. And removing, I think the applicant, if I'm not mistaken, removed variance.
Yeah, and variance 6.
Number 6 has been removed.
And can I verify if is it your intention to add the forestry?
And with the forestry condition as well. Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fazeli seconds that motion. All those in favor? That's unanimous. I'm having trouble saying that at the end of the day. Thank you. Your application has been approved as amended. Yeah, perhaps we take a quick break. I need a bit more water. Thank you. 5 minutes.
Sorry, I cannot hear you. Just wondering, just trying to see it from my side. Can you hear me? Oh, I cannot hear you. Can I actually log
Oh,
out?
how about now?
Yeah, that's great. Right now I had.
All right.
Okay, great.
Minor detail. All right.
Yeah.
Welcome. Committee, do we want to have so first of all, do you have any changes to make to your application?
No changes.
All right. Thank you. Sorry, and state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, my name is Hussein Mukhtari, located at 14 Page Avenue, North York, and I'm representing the owner of 36 BANNATYNE Drive.
Thank you. All right, and you're not making any changes to your application at this point?
No.
All right. Do we need a presentation on this, committee? No? Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Oh, do you want him to address that?
Through you, Madam Chair, if just briefly, if the applicant could address the letter of objection.
Hello?
Yes.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah, okay. Regarding the objection letter from the McAllister Street, the property, they have some concern regarding the height and setbacks. I would like to mention that this property received a committee of adjustment approval back in 2020 under the file number A0272. That our current proposal closely follows the footprint and the coverage percentage of the prior approval, showing consistency with what was already deemed suitable for the site. And the minor variances that we are seeking for this proposal, they're all triggered because of the irregular shape of the property. The front yard setbacks, the building depth, and the railway projections, they're all comes from the irregular shape of the property, especially the front line shape. Since the front line shape is a curved and is tilted a little bit, so it's been challenging to meet the minimum front yard setbacks that we are requesting for small adjustments to reduce the setbacks to 5.85 meters compared to the 6.25 meters previously approved. If you can show one of the side elevations, for example, the north elevation, it would be great. The north elevation, yes, please. Yeah, that's it. As you can see, it's clearly demonstrate that this variance is only because of the one-story garage projection corner that encroaches to the front yard, while the other corner of the garage has a setback of 9.17 meters from the front light line. And these the elevation have been designed to blend in and have a minimal impact on the streetscape. Regarding the other concern of the neighbors for the building height, I would like to mention that the proposed home building height slightly exceed the 7.2 meters limit for the front for the flat roof buildings. This is minor adjustment is necessary for the balance and the proportion of the design. That increase is minimal and will not block any views or stand out negatively, especially compared to the 10 meters height of adjacent and recently developed buildings in the neighborhood. And considering that their property is on this east side of our property, McAllister Street, and our property is located on the west side. So I'm just wondering what time of the day that let's say less than 1 meters increase in the height might affect the the sun it would be cause any shadows in their property. As you can find, the whole proposal actually is carefully designed and balanced in order to be in accordance with the environmental sensitivity, and it aligns the previous approval and fits well within the neighborhood. We believe the variances requesting are reasonable, aligned with the surrounding development context, and appropriate for both the property and the neighborhood. And we have the staff supporting letter in regards to the front yard setbacks, and we already have the TRC approval permits, by the way.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? All right. I think we can take this into committee. Comment?
Through you, Madam Chair, if there are no comments from my colleagues, I'm ready to forward a motion. The explanation of the applicant was satisfying to me in terms of like a front yard setback. It was previously approved for 6.25, I believe, and now it's 5.85. And the rest of the variances, I think they're reasonable and minor in nature. So I'd like to forward a motion to approve the application. I'd like to add the following condition, that the proposed front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to committee planning report, also subject to forestry condition number 2 and ravine condition number 1. I think I got them all, right?
I think so.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Mr. Allison seconds it. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Your application has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks a lot.
Okay, moving on to item 27, 727 to 731 Milwood Road. This is an application for to permit a garden suite to replace an existing garage in the rear yard. The variances are variances for required parking spaces. On file, we have survey, plans, tree photos, presentation, transportation review memo, 1 letter of support from 733 Milwood, a late transportation services memo indicating they have no objection to the application. All right, do we have the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Manuel Guillen from 30 Bertrand Avenue.
Thank you. Do you have any changes to make to the application?
No.
All right, thank you. Committee presentation? No. So we don't need a presentation. Does anyone have any questions? No? So unless there's something that you would like to say, we'll just move into committee to make a decision on your application.
No, I'm okay with you moving into committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, through you, Madam Chair, I think the application is very straightforward and there's no objection from transportation in this regard. So I think the application satisfies the 4 test. I'd like to forward the motion to approve it.
All right, thank you. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Mr. Allison seconds that. All those in favor of the application? That's unanimous, carried. Your application's been approved. Thank you. All right, on to application 2826 Brook Avenue. This is an application to construct a new dwelling. And we have variance for setback of the rear platform, building height, height of side exterior main walls, building length, east side yard, corner side yard, exterior stair width, rear yard setback to a swimming pool, location of a driveway and parking space. On file, we have a survey, superseded plans, revisions, applicant email, revised variances, revised plans, planning revision approval, presentation, tree photos, a community planning staff report, and a transportation services report. Do we have the applicant with us?
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members. My name is Ida Evangelista at 53 Bentworth Avenue, Toronto.
Thank you. And just to begin, do you have any changes to make to the application?
I do, Madam Chair. We had a meeting with planning staff, and we've subsequently made some revisions to the public hearing notes, to the variances. So I will start by variance number 2 as it relates to the building height. The building height has now been reduced to 10.5 meters. And variance number 3 relates to the main wall height, which have been reduced to 8.2 meters. Now, there is one more change. The plans that you have in front of you, actually, they are the most recent revised plans. So there is another change that has been made, because we did discuss, and that's something that, you know, I would like to mention, because there was a staff report, and I have spoken to Andrew, who is the planner, because there is another setback that we changed, that we altered on the west side. We cannot, because he made reference in his staff report to variance number 6 of 1.2 meters, because we had in two areas on the west side, we had 1.2 meters. So we did increase the midpoint on the west side. If staff can pull up page number 3 of my submission. Page 3 of my, yeah, perfect. We can just, page 3.
I think
there we go.
We're on
right
6.
Yeah.
So sorry, just
So-
to clarify, are we saying no change to variance 4 or 5?
No change to variance 4 or 5. That is correct.
And we're talking about variance 6. That's what you're about to tell us about.
Yes, I'm just clarifying variance 6 for you. And I believe through you, Madam Chair, both Simon and Sarah can verify a subsequent conversation with the planning staff, verifying what I am about to explain to you at this time. So variance 6, as you most likely read in his staff report, that he wanted it altered. However, we cannot alter that. We cannot make changes to that. We did increase one portion. If you look at my submission, you'll see it's highlighted in yellow, where he's asked us to increase it to 1.30 meters, which we did. At the front corner, we have, so on the main floor of the most southwest corner, on the main floor, it is glass. So that first floor stepped back 1.54 meters, but the second floor is 1.2 meters. So now do you that's why I can't alter that variance number 6. And through you, Madam Chair, just, you know, so you know that I did speak to Andrew Kim after, and he did tell me that he did confirm and he did send an email to Simon and to Sarah that the staff report not be tied to this decision, or otherwise then we run into complications at building permit stage. But all in all, I just want to say that the changes that we discussed with planning in altering the application were done. Okay, so just back to the two variances that were changed were variance 2 and 3, which was what planning had requested, and we did wholeheartedly. Now, can I proceed, Madam Chair?
Yes, just to clarify then, no change to variance 7, 8, or 9?
Correct.
Okay.
Everything
Thank you.
remains the same except for 2
No,
and 3.
and there is,
Just 2 and 3.
and there is no change to variance 6.
That is
It
correct.
stays the same. All right, thank you. You may proceed now.
Due to my explanation. Okay, so now let's move on because now transportation has come forward and they wrote a report. So and another site plan. So as soon as that report was written, we were able to turn around, and that report was written on November 14th. We were able to turn around, make the changes, and show Transportation Department that we are over 15, we're actually 15.92 meters from the driveway to the street, which was what they were wanting to know. So all the comments that they made in their memorandum, we addressed. Unfortunately, even though we turned around, our turnaround was back to staff on November 15th. I have tried several times. Unfortunately, transportation staff did not get back to me. However, I am willing to tie the transportation comments to the decision because we do meet all the, like in the comments, we do meet their comments. So if the members feel comfortable to tie it to the decision, we are amenable to that. So the other variances that we are asking for, transportation didn't have a problem with having our driveway on the street. This actually also satisfies 4th Street because of the many trees that are on the flankage street of De Vere Gardens. We have a length variance, which is to the 2 furthest points of the home. However, you'll notice that on both the west and the east, we do comply, but from the south to the north, from the south wall to the north wall, we are asking a variance of just approximately 18.28 meters. Our setback on the east side is consistent with what the neighborhood, and is very characteristic to what the neighborhood has. Actually, our neighbors at number 20, they have a 1.17 meter setback, and behind us, number 1 De Vere Gardens, they have a 1.21 meter setback. So again, that is consistent with the neighborhood. The pool, we are asking for the setback on the east and the north side of 1.2, I believe, for the pool area. But again, that is well enough away not to create any drainage problems. Engineering doesn't have a problem with it, as it does not create any drainage problems in the area. The stairs. So the front porch, you'll notice that, again, on page 3, I believe I've highlighted every single possible variance that we have just to make for ease of reference. Variance number 7, the porch, only relates to the lower steps. That's where we have the variance, the way, just the design of the stairs at the front of the house to add that architectural element at the front of the house. So and I would also like to add that we did meet with, I did a reach out to all the neighbors in the neighborhood. We did meet with, in person, both myself, the owners, did meet with the owners next door at number 21. Conversation has taken place, and I've assured the neighbors that open lines of communication will occur as they move forward. They will then at that point get together to decide on some columnar trees that will be planted up against on that east side, and that'll be whether it be a cedar, like a better cedar, or a columnar oak or a columnar birch. That will be to the discretion of the two owners as they get to that point. And just to wrap up, I respectfully submit that what we are proposing is consistent with what is and characteristic of what is transpiring and has transpired in the neighborhood, and does meet the official plans, meets the 4 test, and it is in keeping with the ZVL. If you have any questions, I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Committee, do we have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, I just want to confirm, I think I heard the agent note that there was a discrepancy with respect to the site plan such that we wouldn't be able to tie any decision to it. I just want to confirm if that's the case, or if not, I just want to confirm which site plan and which elevations are the most recent and up to date.
Through you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Member Allison, the plans that you have in front of you are the most recent plans. We have those are the plans that we modified for planning. So if you want to tie the site plan substantially in accordance to the decision, we don't have a problem with that. The only thing I'm asking is that you do not tie the planning staff report. So you can tie the site plan, you can tie the transportation report, but if we tie the staff report, it's problematic at building permit stage. But
what about the elevations?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. No further questions.
I have a question.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Martin.
Is the reason why you don't want the staff report tied is because it would decrease increase the setback from 1.2 to 1.3 for variance 6? Is that why you don't want it tied?
No, through you, Madam Chair, Member Martin. The reason is that there was a discrepancy on the staff report, right?
What is it?
So, because on his staff report, and perhaps Simon can also chime in because there was a subsequent conversation with the planner. On the staff report, he states to modify variance number 6. Correct?
That's what I just said to you.
Yeah, right. Okay,
Through you, Madam Chair, we have a revised staff report.
Beautiful.
That is up on your
Okay. All right. Perfect. Then that's fine. We're good. If you have a revised staff report, that's fine.
Does that clarify your question?
That clarifies my question. I didn't have it in my package, but.
No, I think it's pretty recent.
It's in the late.
Yeah,
it's in the late.
I didn't have it either.
All right, are we finished with questions? We can move on to the residents. Yes? All right, I think we have residents in the audience first and at least one online. Please state your name and address.
My name is Marilyn Mazurek. I live at 2 DeVere Gardens.
Thank you very
Madam
much.
Chair.
And your comments.
My comments relate to the west setbacks. I'm directly west of this property, and it looks like it would be very close to the curb. These variances don't result in a property that's consistent with other properties right around there. And there are a lot of sizable and mature lots which have significant and compliant setbacks. And the proposal for 26 Brook is excessive for the lot in question and excessive to maintain the look, feel, and consistency in the neighborhood. It appears that the goal of the development of this is to increase the size of the dwelling to cover as much as possible of the lot with no thought to attractive green space in the neighborhood. The height also concerns me because it will cast a shadow from the east onto my house. I'm concerned about snow removal. That is a corner, the plows come along and they shove the snow equally at 26 Brook and at my house at 2 DeVere. And with the house coming so close to the property line, I'm concerned that all the snow will just come onto my property. The other thing is, I know that no one's mentioned the architecture, but I must say something about the architecture of a lot of the new houses in the neighborhood, including this one. A lot of them are not attractive. It's just size, size, size. And this is an area, there's 2 streets. Not only do the residents walk, it's almost like a boulevard in Paris with so many people walking every night, their dogs, their babies, and so on. People come there to run. And one of the things they like is to look at all the greenery, the trees, and the lovely houses. And I'm concerned about the architecture and that it will just look like a big looming warehouse. And that's it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. All right, we have anyone else online? No? Oh, okay. We have someone listed, but they're not here. Oh, no, I see. Sorry. It's getting late. All right. So Ms. Evangelista, would you like to come back and address the comments that were made?
Yes, if you can just give me one moment, Madam Chair, just 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, so I would like to point something out. If we, okay, it's up there. So a lot of times what happens, and especially with corner lots, I did knock on the door of 2 DeVere Gardens. I just wanted to explain that because I knew that might be a misunderstanding. So a lot of times what happens is when they see these setbacks, they think that's from, you know, that the house is going to be right at the curb, but not realizing that there is a boulevard there. So that whole area on the corner is not all our property. So there's about another 7 meters from the lot line to the curb. So all the trees that are there, they're all city trees. They all have to remain, albeit some are, you know, in good shape, some are not. So that will be a cleanup, which we have been working on. The greenscape will not be, the greenscape will be retained. They've been quite conscientious to keep this property quite clean since they've purchased it. So I just want to, this is going to be quite set back from on the west side. So not only do we have approximately close to 8 meters from the curb to the lot line, then we have setback because in some areas, you know, we have setbacks of 1.5. In other areas, we have setbacks of over 2 meters and setbacks of approximately 1.6, because that whole west side of the house has a lot of articulation. And there's a lot of, articulation along that side, so that it just adds some, good architectural features along that side. That is the west side. It is the east side for number 2 DeVere. I believe she will receive a lot of sunlight. We have brought down the height of the home. I respectfully maintain that this should not create shadowing for her. And again, for snow removal, for safety, these are all things that the various city departments do look at. And like I said, and then we also have to keep away from the corner, so that there is that area so that people can actually turn the corner safely and see through. So there is that triangular area at the corner. So we are far enough away from the curb. And I know, and as I mentioned, a lot of times they see setbacks and they think that we are building right to the edge of the street. That is not the case at all. And you could see from the site plan itself that we are set back substantially.
All right, thank you. Are you done?
I am. Sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay. Thank you. And just to clarify, I have a question now that I'm looking at the elevation drawings. The west elevation that would be facing DeVere Gardens, it shows glazed areas, and I see that on all of the elevations. It's just a different way of showing windows, I guess. But this is glass window, correct? It's not some opaque glass wall.
We haven't determined
in the areas that indicate the
it is glass. There is glazing there. We haven't determined at this time if it is going to be opaque or it might be a light opaque. That hasn't been determined at this time. And the purpose and intent of that is to break up the wall and just again to add that architectural and articulation to that west wall and to the front wall, to the south wall.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Ms. Martin?
Hi, I'm looking at the site plan and I see what looks like a coniferous tree, half of a coniferous tree on the adjacent lot that is not shown. I'm just curious as to, I think obviously your building is going to impact that tree. Has that been addressed?
Are you referring?
I'm looking.
My apologies through you, Madam Chair.
It's lot 20. I don't know what that big. It looks to me like it's representative of a coniferous tree.
On the east property line, I believe.
Yeah.
On the east,
On the east, yeah. So through you, Madam Chair, Member Martin. So that is something, because there are trees there that are fair to poor. So they will be removed. That is something that the owners, Mr. Said and Ms. Nazarene, that they met with the owners of 20 and they have discussed that. But for the trees that are being removed, and that's where we will be placing columnar trees. And as I mentioned, and they were okay with that. And as you know, they're not here today to discuss, because I did put it in writing to them in an email, and then it's just a matter of whether it'll be a columnar oak, it could be a juniper, it could be a columnar birch, which are quite nice. So, and those will all be placed, because there's a lot of tree stumps over there. And there's a lot of, the trees on this property, to say the least, have not been kept up, there was no upkeep. So, but that has been discussed, and the neighbors are okay with having something a little nicer.
I don't see an arborist report though, so I'm wondering who decided it was fair to pour. I think, and are the trees on your property?
The trees are on our property. Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so
the trees are
I
on
don't
our
understand
property,
how you
and
can
as-
just decide a tree is
Well,
fair to pour and.
Well, as you know, Madam Chair, I'm not sure if we have forestry conditions here, but forestry did go and I believe did visit the site. So and when you're at the property, you can see the trees are not, there's no upkeep, and an arborist report was submitted.
I don't see anything from forestry. Does anybody else? Am I missing something? Sorry.
But they have all been discussed, and we cannot take down a tree unless we have permission from forestry. As we know, anything that is 0.30 and up cannot be touched or removed unless we have forestry permission. But most importantly, the conversation that has transpired between the owners of 26 and 20 did occur, and they have come to an understanding. And
it doesn't.
That will be,
did you
that will be
circulate
at building permit stage.
Were the plans circulated to forestry?
Through you, Matt. Is that a question for me? No, for
Yes.
Simon.
Through you, Madam Chair, all of our applications are viewed by forestry.
Yes.
If there are appropriate comments or conditions, forestry would have provided them.
Interesting.
All right, any further questions? No? Let's take this into committee.
I have one comment. It is a big house for this lot. And I think if we eliminated the building length, we could also eliminate the variance for the pool. There's a lot of house on a small lot. And I'm not sure that, if they could cut down that 1 point or even cut it down so they can eliminate the pool variance. I think that would at least help to create a more, because the backyard, really, there's very little green space back there.
We have no landscaping there.
Okay, sorry, we are in committee now, so please.
I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Any comments from my colleagues?
I usually share the same concern with respect to building length, but not in this case. I think part of the reason is because it's a corner lot, it's somewhat mitigated by the street itself. So I look at the adjacency to the immediate neighbor on the other side. Number 20. It certainly is a tough file. Because I think they really are kind of pushing in some areas. I actually had some concern initially with the the massing, like the height and the sidewall, but I think, and that was mainly on account of the fact that this neighborhood and the houses that are around there, they're older and they're generally smaller in scale. And I'll just point to the the neighbor that was here today to speak. You just look at that house as a corner house in comparison to this, and you want to make sure that it fits, right? You've got two corner properties opposite each other. I think where I become okay with this in terms of the side main wall height, the massing, is the fact that it's not a typical box structure like we're used to seeing, where they ask for the side main walls and then they go across the entire building. It's really only for a portion, and they've mitigated the massing, I think, largely in part through the use of a lot of slopes on the roof. So where you have the side main wall is really just for a portion. But it's a tough one. I've been listening to the concerns from the neighbors and listening to the applicant. It certainly is it's an application which is not so clear cut. But I think just given the design, I think I would be okay overall with the massing. But it's funny that you bring up building length. I was looking at the main wall and the overall roof height in terms of massing. You were looking at the building length. I think as a sort of general concern, it's just more to ensure that this building sitting on the corner fits, right? I mean, OP policies that talk about fit within a neighborhood, and just ensuring that this particular house blends in with the ones that have been sitting in the area for, north of 100 years. And this also, I might add, is not the kind of neighborhood that you're probably going to see all the houses torn down and rebuilt. There's some houses in here that are pretty significant, I think, from a character standpoint or architecturally, that you really want to ensure that the built form is something that is acknowledged and in the sense that all these houses aren't going to be torn down for new homes. So
I will just add that unfortunately a lot of houses are being torn down in this neighborhood. This is a very old house that's been there for a long time. So it's not a house like this to be torn down, but there are a lot of rebuilds in the area. So I think it is important that the new houses be fit in with the neighborhood. And they're not necessarily going to fit in terms of style, because unfortunately people are just not building this standard Georgian center hall plan house anymore. It's just not a thing. Everybody wants a modern house. I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people do. There is a new house to the rear of this that's just been constructed recently on De Vere, which is quite a large structure. Honestly, I share both your concerns. I have more of a concern with variance 8 on the pool setback, because 2.4 meters to me is a bit compromised for being able to plant in, to replant trees that would have been in that yard. And I think it's always important for a new house. One of the elements of fitting in is replacing some of the landscaping that would have been in there, even though on that lot it's very overgrown, but for, at least to try to attempt to put in some border trees and things like that. So I have a concern with that.
And also just to mitigate potential noise to the
True.
neighbors, which.
True. You would want some sort of screening. Yeah. Yeah.
Just a quick observation relative to, the adjacent properties across the street. As a corner lot, it is larger.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit larger, so one might expect a larger home on it. It's almost, at least from the public notice, appears to be almost about twice as wide, the lot, and it exceeds it in length. So one might expect a larger home, but
certainly.
I want to ensure that cumulatively, right, like that all these variances are resulting in a building that is going to fit within the context here.
All right, so does somebody want to attempt to make a motion?
I just want to say, I also have a concern that, and maybe it's unwarranted, but there's a ton of trees either adjacent to this lot or on this lot, and I'm not sure why an arbor, I'm not sure why an arborist report wasn't part of the package to get a clear understanding of where all these trees are and the size of them, the condition of them, things like that. So I have concerns with that.
All right. Okay. We still need a motion.
Wow.
I agree with your point about the swimming pool. I think the proximity to the immediate neighbor, I think that could be improved. I think there's an opportunity there, just slight reconfiguration of the backyard to ensure that, because swimming pools, a lot comes with them, right? It can, right? A hot day, a lot of noise, just want to make sure that the impact on the adjacent properties are. So I would be willing to, on the other variances, I'm satisfied to bring a motion to approve the subject application if there's no other comments at this time. No? Okay. So I'll bring a motion to approve the application as modified, which is variance number 2 reduced to 10.5 and variance number 3 reduced to 8.2 meters. So that's a change to variance 2 and 3, sorry, approval with number 1. Approval number 4, 5, 6, 7. Refusal in number 8. And approval of number 9, as well as subject to the conditions noted in the transportation memo.
The revised community planning.
We have the revised community planning report, right, subject to just pull that up here.
No, there's a new one.
It's in the late folder. Just give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've, with respect to the community planning report, I've noted the 2 modifications. But with that, I would like to tie this to site plan and elevations. Just given the nature of the design of the building, the fact that you've got these pitched roofs, I want to ensure that the massing is mitigated in this sense. So substantially in accordance with the site plan and the 4 elevation drawings.
The revised ones, do we have a date for those we'd like to tie it to? Let's see. Is it? Revised variances.
Staff, is there any way to indicate which the most recent set of elevation and site plan? Do we have a date?
I see revised for committee November 6th. I'm just not sure those are the right ones. The plans?
If need be through you, Madam Chair, maybe confirm with the applicant.
Or if they're attached to the new community planning report, the revised plans, we should be okay.
The issue is with the reports it's very hard to see the drawing that's attached.
I know.
So
Do they? Do they have the elevations as well?
Yes,
Just
yeah,
south?
I'd like to tie to the other elevations though as well. In this case, this area in particular, you're really pushing the threshold. I just want to make sure there's no liberties taken with respect to the height variances.
Yeah.
Really important in this case to ensure that those slopes are integrated into the design. Sure, I'm just gonna,
I'm just waiting for staff.
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe the November 6th plans for the elevations are the most recent, and there was a revised site plan submitted November 15th in the late package.
And is that November 15th site plan attached to the latest community planning report?
I don't believe so because it was dated the 14th.
Okay,
let's take the most recent.
all right.
Yeah, I'm most concerned, I just want to make sure that there was something about a setback, and I want to make sure it was 1.2 versus 1.3. I don't want to cause an issue for the agent or the applicant. The revised site plan, just ensuring that the 1.2 meters is indicated there.
Can you see it?
Yeah, keep zooming in. I see it, I just want to see what the number is there.
He wants to see the west side yard setback. Yep, and then up.
There you go. There it is, 1.2.
Okay. But was that east or west? Oh, it was the west. It's the west side. Yeah.
It's the west side, thank you. Just ensure this. We're looking, the magic number is 1.2.
Right there.
Okay, all right, very good. I see it there, yep. It's in the corner.
All right. Are we?
Thank you, staff.
Satisfied? Yes?
Yep, that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. I forgot where we were. All right, do we have a seconder? Mr. Fazeli, thank you. All right, all those in favor of the motion? That is 3 in favor, all opposed? 1 opposed. Ms. Martin? Yeah. All right, the application has been approved as amended. In part, as amended. Thank you.
For the swimming pool, yes. We've got transportation, yep. Correct? Correct.
Hopefully that made some sense to you, what was approved. Sorry, that was a lot of discussion to tie it to the site plan so that it follows what we have approved and that it reflects what is proposed in the plans to be built. Okay, thank you. All right. Are we moving on to item 29? 76 St. Germaine Avenue. This is for a new dwelling. We have variances for front yard setback, percentage of front yard landscaping, height of side exterior main walls, building depth, floor space index, percentage of front yard soft landscaping. On file, we have a survey, plans, arborist report, and urban forestry conditions. Do we have the applicant?
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Victor JEDBURGH. I'm an architect and applicant for this project. I reside in 33 Belvedere Crescent in Richmond Hill.
All right, did we get the address okay? All right. Thank you. First of all, do you have any changes to make to the application?
No.
All right. I don't believe we have anyone here in person. Do we have anyone online? Doesn't look like. Committee, do we want a presentation?
Just a question.
Okay, no presentation, but we have some questions. Go ahead.
I just, in relationship to address some of the soft landscaping through variance number 6, I'm wondering if you'd be amenable to the use of permeable pavers within the driveway just to help offset some of that deficiency.
Absolutely, that's what we indicated on our site plan. Not site plan, but we have small diagram on the side of the site plan. You can see that we marked up the permeable pavement for the driveway. The reason we cannot comply with soft landscape requirements is because we have right of way. So there's nothing we can do about right of way, but proposed new driveway will have permeable pavement.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anyone else have questions? All right. Okay. Should we take this into committee then? Thank you. Questions or comments or concerns?
Sure. My only concern with this one was it was a bit on the building depth, but these are very deep lots, and I think that they can, adequately support the depth that is being requested. I did have some concern also with the reduction of the front yard soft landscaping, but to the agent's comment, it is pretty difficult in this case to achieve compliance with the bylaw. And I would be comfortable in this case with the use of permeable pavers as a really good gesture to offset some of the deficiency that would result in less drainage as a result. Other than that, no issues. I'd be happy to bring a motion if my colleagues don't have any other comments. No?
Anyone? No?
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Please.
so I put a motion forward to approve the subject application with the condition of the use of permeable pavers for the driveway, as well urban forestry number 1, and that's it.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Fazeli seconded that. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. All those in favor of the motion? That's unanimous, carried. Your application has been approved.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Sure, motion to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you. Seconder, Ms. Martin, all in favor? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff. Everyone have a good night.